Hey,
Hi. Hey, I'm Christopher.
and I'm Rhiannon.
I know.
Oh, cool.
We're a self-styled a cute couple who games together.
Yeah.
Tonight we'll be playing some Horizon Zero Dawn like we've been doing until we finish it. Or I get a wild hair to play something else and then Rhiannon can finish it all alone.
Yes.
Just like how it was started.
What you thinking?
Just watching you do Twitter magic.
I am. I'm doing the Twitter magic.
Speaking of which, hey, look, it's a Twitter portal. Link. It's a link. Sorry, I forget which stream we're in. No shticks in this one. Just us being us sitting on a couch. You joining us on our virtual couch while we play games. But if you find yourself enjoying what you're watching and you want to tell other people about it, hop on over to our Twitter there. Whether you like it or not, just go follow us. Just, help us out. You don't even actually need to participate if you don't want to. But if you did want to, you could also like and retweet. Let people know when we're going live at the same time we let people know when we're going live so that more people come and hopefully hang out with us and have a good time and maybe even help support us. Which,
Ko-fi.
if you wanted to support us more materially and directly, hop on over to our Ko-fi. It's Rhiannon's Ko-fi. We just didn't want to have like 17 different Ko-fi and Patreons and consolidate things. Keep it easy, keep it simple. It's all going to the same place anyway,
Yeah.
which is to our bills and bellies.
Those are good places to put money.
Heck yes.
I can say that money is delicious. So the food part, in my belly part, that works.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least the things you can get with money are delicious. Like the fudge grams and your Japanese curry.
My Japanese curry.
So tasty. I want more. But I'm waiting. I'm waiting until I get a little bit hungry. We'll see how I feel in like an hour.
Yeah.
But I might eat more in an hour. It was so dang good.
So dang good. Last thing. Go hit up our YouTube if you want to. I mean, the YouTube channel is not really like a huge priority for us. It's just a place to store VODs if you wanted to catch up on streams you missed. That's where you can find them. You can also check out our clips playlist where we put all of our favorite clips that people capture when we're streaming. Pretty good ones over there. Lots of spontaneous musical numbers and funny moments. If you want to see Mr. X totally deck a zombie in Resident Evil 2, that's a thing that happens, and it's so unexpected and fucking hilarious. You should check it out. I like watch that clip over and over again and just giggle like a moron. It's so good. I think that's it.
Yeah.
Spiel done. Let's play some goddamn video games.
I remember we were going to go save the Kid King.
What about that, though? Vanasha is helping the Child King Itaman and his mother Nasadi defect from the Shadow Karja to Meridian, but their path is dangerous and they are certain to be pursued. Well, let's see what we can do to help out with that.
Indeed.
Oh, right. The Nora are currently under attack. We're just going to let them fend for themselves for now, I guess.
Right,
That's
what's
fine.
more of a priority? Helping our... Well, they're farther away, though. We can help the Kid King now.
Hang on, let's see.
So it's like, It's going to take time for the, war party that was sent there to get to them. We have fast travel magic, so we'll totally beat them there.
We have one or two more cauldrons left?
At least one. Possibly two.
I know for sure.
One to
there's
the south.
There's one down here-ish?
No.
One there?
No, even more down. All the way down. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
There you go. That's the one that gives us bellow backs. I remember. And then...
I don't see any other
that's
blue
it.
bits.
That's the last one. Do we want to go knock that out before we help the Kid King?
Hunting ground. KB!
Hi, KB!
What's up? No, I want to... We'll go get the Kid King stuff first. Then maybe clear out this last tall neck before the... That's the only tall neck we have left that's not in the Frozen Wilds, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So, Kid King...
Tall neck cauldron.
Cauldron. That's our...
Possible other kind of quest.
Yeah.
After that. I don't know. That's further ahead than I normally plan, so I'm going to stop us right there before we get just ridiculous.
It's not too far away. Let's head there.
Oh, we need more healing magic, though.
Good old herbs. We should make sure to hunt things too. As you see them, just shoot them. Shoot them as soon as you see them. Don't even ask questions. Just murder the wildlife. Oh, you can override those now if you want. But you gotta be sneaky about it.
Yeah, I was gonna say yes.
Okay, but then like slide into some stuff somewhere. Sneaky grass bits. Oh, get on that thing that's tamed. You can ride away real fast.
I know. But it's not chasing me.
Okay, okay.
God, they make such cool, terrifying noises.
Yeah.
Look how huge.
So huge.
Big old boy behemoth. Trampler. Trampler? Oh. Okay. Trampler then.
Still big and terrifying.
Yep, yep.
I don't think I've ever overridden one of the mole, dolphin, whales things.
Mole dolphin things?
Yeah, the rockbuster one that was
Yeah.
chasing you. I wonder what happens when you tame one of those. Like, can you ride them?
I doubt it, but that would be fucking rad.
Yeah. Ooh,
Whoa,
oh,
whoa. Careful.
don't want to trip. Oh, passing all those sweet herbs.
Need them soon enough.
What are you trying to say?
Preparing us for the fight ahead.
Calling my abilities into question sounds like.
What? How would you take it that way? Ah, fire killing. Go away, shoot.
I killed all you boys. Was it us?
Maybe just some random robot dinosaurs. Maybe the rockbuster thing.
Maybe.
Seems like it would murder everything.
Quite expediently.
Get it! You need that meat!
What?
For potions!
I do?
Yes!
Oh, okay. Oh, hey, rabbit.
Never mind, if you don't want to, it's okay.
Ow.
We need fatty meats. Oh, that's bony meat.
Didn't we need that too?
Yeah, I don't know. Go check in the crafty window.
Rich and fatty. And bony.
Ah.
But we didn't need bony meat. We already have bony meat, but we do need it as an ingredient.
Okay.
We just don't need more of it than we have. But we do,
Eventually.
just not as immediately.
Mhm.
What am I trying to say here?
Go back. Wait, go back.
What?
You medicinal herb behind that cactus in front of you. Oh, no,
Oh.
to the left, sorry. No, over there.
Can't be too prepared.
Wait, what? Wasn't the quest marker directing me down this way?
Well, we were running in fear from rock.
Yeah,
thing.
but I was also following the quest marker consciously.
Maybe you got turned around somewhere?
It was a pretty wide open area. It doesn't feel like I should have been able to, but who's to say? Interesting.
Yeah, I wonder what that used to be. A barricade somebody burned down?
Whoa.
Ooh, moon, stars. Gosh, no light pollution is awesome.
Yeah.
And these are like stars in 1,000 years from now. Like, they're totally different position than the stars that we see today. It's very pretty. Taking a picture. Sure.
Wow.
Yeah. Nice.
I'll see if I remember to do anything with that later, because I think I'd like that for a desktop wallpaper.
Yeah. Hide Aloy and get to even. Ooh, that's a pretty one too.
Aloy hidden.
Yeah, that's some good composition.
Thanks. Cool. Yes, I am sure. Thank you. Thanks for double checking with me. I appreciate the check-in.
Machine sounds in the distance. So ominous.
Hey, Soul Blue.
Hi, Soul Blue. Welcome.
Oh, it's people. Person.
Take their stuff first.
Okay.
I mean, if you want. Maybe a quick save is in order to.
Fatty meat and rich meat.
Take
Look
it.
at that. Hey, we're the same, and some health potions. Cool, cool, cool.
Nice, nice.
Oh, and we're full up on regular health potions now. Sweet. Better than nothing. Wait, what?
Soul Blue, tell us more. What are we waiting for? What are we doubly waiting for? That's 2 waits. That's twice the wait.
Was doing while we were playing 2 different games, but after we finished up our Last of Us 2 run, we decided to tag team Horizon Zero Dawn until we get all the way through it, and after that, we'll decide what we're going to play next.
Yeah.
And whether or not we're going to do more split times, or if we'll trade off on the same games. It'll probably just depend on
I like trading off on the same
what
game.
who's feeling.
Also, who's Rihanna?
Useful later.
Rihanna?
Yeah, I'm Rhiannon. It's different. Also, ow, that person
Yeah,
looks
you look
hurt.
like pretty bad shape. At least by way of your weird pose.
You're
What's up?
Three-Toe Wadiv,
Three-Toe
right?
Wadiv.
Vanasha sent me. What happened?
I got hornswoggled, that's what. Vanasha batted her lashes, wiggled her hips, and promised us treasure. Clear a path for the royals, she said. Sneak past the garrison and skewer a few watches. Hardly a bother. Little did we know there was a damned monstrosity lurking underground. When will I learn not to gawk at skinny girls?
Don't worry, Soul Blue. I was just making a silly.
Why do you think Vanasha swindled you?
My crew came to Sunfall because we heard the bounties were fat. She offered us the fattest one of all, enough to retire on. It's my own damn fault for taking the bait. Should have known I'd end up with a rupture in my useful parts.
So Vanasha needed safe passage for Nasadi and Idaman, but it didn't work out?
She made it sound so sweet and easy. Find the best path to the lake, make sure it's safe. What could go wrong? Turns out, a lot. Like bloody murder in the grinding jaws of a heinous death beast.
Something attacked you from underground.
Oh, you picked that up, did you? I wondered why the Shadow Kaja didn't pay attention to the pass. Well, they don't need to. A rock-eating demon guards it for them. It tunnels in the dirt, breaks through the earth, and blasts rocks from its stinking face.
We passed by one of
I
those.
Yeah,
barely
I
escaped.
met that guy.
My comrades weren't so lucky. I might shed a tear if they weren't all cutthroats and cheaters.
Vanasha will be here soon with Nasadi and Idaman. I've got to destroy that thing in the pass before they arrive.
You're not too bright, are you? Well, we didn't last long against it, but I'll tell you what I know.
I already know.
It has
You don't
armor
need to.
everywhere.
Yep.
A little less at the rear.
I have arrows for that.
And when it goes underground, it will lose track of you if you're quiet. You might even be able to keep it from going under altogether if you hit its big crooked arms hard enough. That's all I can offer, friend. I promise to look solemn at your funeral before I hit the bar.
I like you.
Yeah.
Are we just assuming we're in combat now?
Oh, I think it's a
What
combat with
the
something
hell?
else.
What was that?
It's it. Now I guess we know where it's at now. Tag it, tag it.
Who,
Can it-
me?
Can it tunnel up through this mountain, I wonder? Or is it stuck down there?
Oh, yeah, why not shoot it from here? Do like we did at the place.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
Oh.
Careful, that rock's slippery there. You're a little too close to the edge.
Oh. It's fine. Oh. Well.
Yeah, you're going down. You're going down. Oh, but maybe if you stay there, you'll still get hit with rock spray, though.
Yep. Oh, shit. Don't know why I wasn't expecting that. Hey! Stop! I'm trying to go hide from you in prudent places.
Mm-hmm.
Oop. Oh, gosh. Oh, jeez. Oh. You stuck, buddy?
Not for long. Whoa, whoa! It overshot. Thank goodness. I think it is stuck. You're right.
It's completely stuck. Alright, well, hey. Get back up on top of this here ridge and...
Get some better shots at it. Ooh, ooh. Healy bits.
Ooh!
Ah. There goes, there goes.
Way all the way over there.
For funsies.
I can't do anything meaningful if you're over there. You have to be over here. Oh.
Nope. It's over there to the right again. Oop, it's gonna pop up to there.
Damn it!
Yeah, it goes under so quick. Did you already take off one of its claws?
I don't think I did.
It looks like one of them's broken off.
Oh, yeah, I guess I did get the front left.
Oh, it almost came off. Or at least it looked like it got damaged. I wonder if it still counts after it goes under the ground.
I cannot tell.
Oh! Okay. Looks like we got it at about half.
Yeah.
I'm sure once we get that claw off, it'll be much easier. That piece went flying to see.
Huh?
Never mind, it's gone already. There was like a piece of metal that flew off it as it dived under.
Oh.
It was silly and fun.
Oh.
Dang it. But like three-toed guy is all like, why didn't I think of this?
Right?
Does it have a weakness to fire or anything?
Good question. I have no idea.
No, strength is fire, weakness is cold. Strong tear to get those off. Everything else is off.
Nice relaxing time.
Yeah.
Sniping a giant beast.
It's nice when you have the snipey advantage.
Yeah.
It's almost dead. It's only a few more passes and we'll be done. What do you think? Next pass?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Oh wait. That was weird. Should we get
Hey,
stuff?
Huavid or whatever. What was his name?
Hadiv?
Wadiv?
Hadiv. I can't. Maybe he'll say his name again.
By the radiant sun, I can't believe it. I thought that evil rock jewel would grind you up. After that miracle, all we can do is wait. Vanasha will be here soon, along with a boat that'll take the royals across the lake.
Ah, little huntress. Glad you accepted my invitation to play bodyguard.
God damn,
Where are you
Abs.
men, Wadif? It looks like something chewed you up and spat you out.
That's pretty much exactly what happened.
The way is clear. Well, I like how you always cut to the chase. In this case, literally. It won't be long before you're followed.
Yeah, seriously.
Don't be afraid.
It's awesome.
Radiance. We've
She's
got
like ready to
excellent
go,
protection.
you know? She knows what's up. And does what
Also,
she's
hey,
gotta do.
Cosmics.
Oh, Cosmics, hi! I thought it was Soul Blue again because they're like a similar orange.
Mm-hmm.
How you doing?
Oh dear. Here come the Shadow Carter, and they're very angry with me.
I'll hold them off.
As you can imagine.
Very noble of you, but when I start a fuss, I like to finish it. Not that your assistant isn't welcome. Huadiv, get Itaman and his mother to the shore. Carefully.
Not bad. Kind of been in a weird mood today, honestly, but
So it
feeling
comes
a
to
little better
this.
now.
I must say, after 2
Me
years
too.
under the heel of these zealots, I'm ready to extract a little blood.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Samesies.
It's always nice taking down
Oop.
your oppressors.
Are they coming, or?
Behind you?
Traps would be nice.
Sure.
Maybe you get, like,
sure, some
a-
traps would be nice. Let's go ahead and just boop a couple of those on. Why not?
Shall we prepare a little surprise for them? Are you sure you don't have any traps, little huntress?
Do these not count?
Oh, dang, that didn't
Too
work.
far. Also, little huntress. Can we maybe stow the condescension?
Behind that rock. Here they are. Let's make it hurt, shall we?
Working on the adventure for my Friday session. Have no idea how they're gonna make it through this, but I can't wait for them to try. Nice.
I hope.
What you got in store? Anything you can reveal? Ah, burn.
Burn. Nice, took out 2 already.
Still sniffing around.
Go on. Go on. There's still more for you to trip, my dude. Where's your head?
Hard to
Okay,
see
wait,
'cause of the
seriously.
tree. Might just be
Hey,
too
Louie.
far for you to hit. What kind of arrows are you using right now? Hardpoint? You should use the sharp shot for that distance. You won't make it.
I'm very low on arrows for it.
Oh, never mind.
Or I would be.
Then I guess just wait for it to get a little closer.
Why was hiding this far back necessary, Vanasha? I don't think you understand how I fight. Go on. I got some zappy bits for you over here. Or these are fire bits, and then some zappy bits.
I'd say shoot them with the arrow and save the fire and zappy bits for multiple enemies that are going to cross through.
Was it seriously just 3 guys, though? Like,
I
they
think
were
they're
the
gonna-
invading force?
I think they're going to become in waves.
Probably. None of the players are here, so yeah, I can talk about it a bit. Basically, they're going to be attacking a ruined tower that has been taken over by goblins. Awesome. The goblin mage and the goblin wolf master are going to be taxing to overcome.
Ooh,
Nice.
a wolf master goblin sounds cool. Oh, does he have a blaze container on him? Can you shoot it? Totally
You
is.
do.
Nothing.
Wait. Come back. Oh, yeah. Oh, blaze, too. Wait, hey guy. Look over here real quick. No, fire would have been so much better because you got blaze and then you would have blazed.
Oh, I don't want none of those. Oh, there it goes.
Nailed it.
And
That was entertaining.
Yep.
But I suspect we're not done. More of the bastards. Get ready.
More of the bastards?
yeah, drop some of those fire traps down for them. Oh, they brought
They
machines
won't
with
see
them.
it coming.
I don't know how they couldn't see that coming. 'Cause it's got a big old red line.
Move along now.
Oh, hit him right in the face.
Whoa, what the hell you got going?
Some sort of...
Seems I worked up a bit of a sweat.
Oh, that was it? Okay, I was expecting at least 3 waves. Also, hello! To Jace.
Hey,
I should
Jace.
have said that more specifically.
Burn. Working on more homebrew goblins right now. The goblin mage is just a tweaking of the mage from the monster manual with a custom spell list, but the wolf master is going to have some homebrew abilities. Like what?
Probably like wolf-based stuff.
I'll find a use for you.
You're blowing my mind right now.
Oh, they all have health potions we don't need.
Fire kill!
Yeah. That's how I feel too every time I see it. Ooh.
Oh. Wish I could get my tripcaster ammo back.
If you invest in the skill points, someday you
I
will.
think you can recollect traps, but I don't know if you can get tripcaster bits back.
Oh, okay.
This'll come in handy.
So, what's up?
Guess you have to talk to her over there. She was like, wants you specifically at that rock.
certainly have a reaction that allows him to give all the wolves an extra move or attack when he drops a half HP. Oh shit. And I might give him something like the leadership ability that the knight has, but only for his wolves. And he'll have pack tactics, of course. What's the leadership ability that the knight has?
I don't remember. You okay there?
What you up to?
Practicing her footwork. You know, just staying limber for the next fight.
I don't want to jinx it, but we might be in the clear.
Oh, huh?
A bit late, aren't we, gentlemen?
Sorry, ma'am. The boat's waiting.
Damn,
Uh-oh.
I spoke too soon.
This one's mine. Get to the boat.
You know, this time I think I might be out of my league. If anything happens to her, I will be very cross.
We're not going anywhere.
Thunderjaw.
Corrupted Thunderjaw? Oh my.
Oh no.
I don't
Sneaky, get
want
sneaky.
this.
Well, they're gonna be eaten alive.
Yes.
They said we're not going anywhere, but then they'll die. And then they'll be somewhere. It's going to be very spicy.
Whoa.
Ooh.
So rad. This is gonna be spicy. Here, boy.
Get rid of its like laser bits on its jaw there. Nice. Oh yeah, it's big old cannon too. The disc thing.
No, stop.
At least now you're out in the open. The
Yeah,
other
this
one.
is much better than the cauldron fight.
Yeah.
Oh, sweet. It hit the fire trap.
Ah!
Sweet. I got it the other
Oh,
cannon
it broke
off.
your cover. It broke the rock. Ah!
Whoa! I didn't know they could do that.
Yeah.
Holy shit, that's rad.
Ah!
Oh.
No.
Oh, well. That was on me. Ooh, that was two. Oh no, don't get corrupted. Get uncorrupted. Quick. Get it off, get it off, get it off.
You've got potions for that if you pause.
Hey, wait, I thought I took care of that already.
No, you only took care of one. It has two.
I know, but I thought I just saw it blast off a minute ago.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Shit.
Oh, not nice.
Wow. Okay. Oh, goodness gracious.
But at least you have a better environment than that last fight with the Thunderjaw.
Yes, this is much less frenetic.
Mm-hmm.
Right, exactly.
Oh, there's something in that thing there to your left.
Whoa.
Probably an ancient vessel thing or something.
Probably.
Later though. My
Do I
loony
not get my
self.
boys back?
Oh, I guess not. That sucks. They
about
were good
my boys?
distractions.
Whoa, 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 whoa. It
Why is
takes
it
so long.
slow? Not even that
Whoa,
great.
whoa, whoa, whoa. What the hell?
What? Why are you so loud, Pile?
Why did it sink into the ground when I searched it?
I don't know.
That was very strange.
You didn't take all that up. F for the soldiers.
You should just lose interest and walk away.
Yeah,
Like, oh gosh,
yeah.
I guess there's nothing over here.
And then we've completed the mission. Because it didn't come and get them.
Creepy factor, yeah, right?
So maybe... Oh, it took away your traps, too.
Hmm.
Do we want to lay down some trap bits over here while it's over there? So that way when it comes over here, it can get hit by them? Oh, I waste all your wire on those?
Those will take its bits off, though, is the thing.
Oh, okay.
I mean, they only do extra damage if you manage to hit a harvestable bit. But if you hit a harvestable bit, it does much more.
Okay.
Oh, hey!
What?
Humble just hit. Y'all,
Next
we are back to having games to give away.
Indeed.
I think I have 9 this time. There's only 10 in this bundle as opposed to the usual 12, and I'm only interested in one of them. It's a card collecting strategy game about birds.
Aw, neat.
About getting all the best birds in your bird sanctuary.
Aw,
Yeah.
I like that.
Looks really cute, and I can't wait to play it. Other than that, go check out this month's Humble Monthly. Everything there except for the bird card game is up for grabs. You know, we'll let you know when the raffles are up. I guess probably won't do it tonight, but starting when next stream, probably tomorrow, but whenever next stream is.
If you scroll up, you can read KB's message about what the leadership thing was.
Oh!
Didn't want you to miss that. But you were in the middle of battle, so I didn't want to bother you about it.
A knight, NPC stat block in the monster manual, can take an action to begin giving orders to allies within 30 feet. They all get a plus 1d4 to attack and saving throws as long as they can hear the knight. Basically, it's a sort of range-limited bless that represents the knight commanding his allies, so the Wolfmaster will give a similar bonus to his wolves.
Nice.
That's pretty rad.
For the wolves, not the players.
Yeah. Seriously.
And then doing like on that same rock that you have that one attached to, and then over to the next rock next to it. Yeah. And when it gets static shocked, you can use your... yeah.
Shit.
Machine saw me.
Oh my goodness, it didn't care
Okay.
about any of those. Or it cared a little, but hardly any.
Oh! Uh-oh.
Spaghettios. Thank
Wait,
you for
what?
the like
Who the fuck are you?
The ones that are corrupted the Thunderjaw, I guess.
Damn it. Oh, the boys are back. In town.
Nice. Wait, do I need to cue the music? Oh, one off. Nice. Ooh, it's busy with them. Sweet. Ooh, those things are pretty much one-hit kills.
Makes this a little easier.
Only just. It still has most of its body. Shit.
New plan.
Dang it. We should shoot it with its own weapons if we get the chance. Kenny, hi! Enjoy going to bed, but thanks for
Kenny.
alert.
Hell yes. I forgot about opening a hole in its side.
Yeah. Get at its heart.
Oh god. No, don't do tail stuff. Ah.
Happy to see you too, Kenny. Sorry you had a tough day. Our day was a little weird today too.
Something in the whole world's air, I guess.
Yeah.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how evil is it to give the Goblin Mage Chill Touch as his main attacking cantrip? Keeping in mind you can't regain hit points if you took damage from Chill Touch.
Very evil.
Pretty evil. Yeah, it's
I love
solid
Chill
8
Touch.
out of 10.
Yeah, 8 out of 10. How are the kitties doing, Kenny? I always want to know about the kitties. The Rambo. What? What he ram do?
Ow. Oh yeah.
Oh gosh.
Shit.
Yeah. He keeps looking on the other side. Like, I'm gonna get you. Oh, no, where'd you go? Oh, I'm gonna get you.
My turn.
Oh,
Not working.
well, you need more distance with stuff because they're heavy weapons. I have to tell. She wrote.
Oh, it's still pretty sweet.
Grab this now.
Yeah, just chasing you around the rock. Huh? See if you can tie it down now that it's got not so much armor.
Huh?
Maybe tie it down? Never mind, it's not working. Ooh, right in the rock. We're sorry, chat. We're in the middle of battle. We'll read you soon.
Does not go down easy.
No. Oh, nice. When you shot it in the leg, it kind of stumbled. Ooh.
Cool. Now both whole sides are exposed.
Yeah, that makes it a
Side
little
holes.
easier. I think you got it limping when you shot its leg.
Huh?
It looks like it's got a limp now from when you shot its leg.
Yeah, it does look like that. Having a real rough time of it, huh? Me too, bud. Ooh.
Ooh. It's getting desperate. This rock has been a
Seriously.
nice thing for
Would not
us.
have made it through this fight without this rock. I much appreciate this rock.
You're our rock. Oh, it's trying to limp away. Get it, get it. Get it while it's on the run. You're in charge now. Don't let it get away. Oh, was it faking it? Ooh. Ooh.
Fuck.
Whoa. Whoa. Nice, nice, got it. Oh. Whew.
Oof.
Loot its corpse. Ooh. Got some good stuff. 44% damage. Coil.
Nice.
Now we can catch up on chat, though. There were some messages being thrown, and I didn't want to read them while he was in the height of
Hey, Ruined.
battle. Hi, Ruined! Welcome! Hearing a bloodthirsty Rihanna feels weird. These are robots. It's okay.
If anything, it's oil thirsty.
Yeah, I'm oil thirsty. Ew. Oil tastes gross. Sure. I think, sure. Kenny was saying something about having a bad driving day, and I'm sorry you had that. Oh no, hashtag Murica. No! I don't want to contribute to that. I don't like oil. I hate oil. Patooey. Unless it's for cooking. And that's a different kind of oil.
Right.
That's okay.
Stocking up.
But even that's in, like, only certain, like, mixed into foods. Don't eat oil on its own, you know? That's not good.
Unless
for you.
it's olive oil, in which case just take a big old glug of it. It's awesome.
With bread. I like it with bread.
Also with bread.
There were plenty of times in Berlin where there was, like, a before meal thing, appetizer type stuff that was just bread and oil.
Yeah, totally.
It was really good. And says, I just use the oils and fats from the meats I cook. Yeah, that. Cook it in its own juices. So you don't add any extra.
Titan needs some freedom.
No! Used peanut oil to deep fry a turkey over Thanksgiving.
Oh, Daredevil you.
How did that go?
Was it awesome? Deep fried turkey rules.
Then use the leftovers for the food that doesn't have fat. Yeah, carry it over. Exactly. Alright, now what are we supposed to do? Do we gotta go make sure they made it on the boat?
Mm-hmm. But I'm gonna make sure that there's no more collectible components littering the battlefield here, and also stocking up on
Yeah, all these
Healy
herbs.
bits.
These will keep.
Oh, I'm glad it was still good, even if it was just a little too long.
I think next year I would like to debone the entire bird before it goes in the oven so that the light meat and the dark meat can cook separately.
That'd be, yeah, interesting. I trust your food magic. How are you carrying so much metal?
Don't worry about it.
We're strong. We're so strong. You don't even know. Look, we took on a whole Thunderjaw.
You see me kill this thing?
We're so strong. Corrupted one. Even stronger.
It sounds like a good idea, but also a lot of work. It does seem like a lot of work, but honestly, like, if you debone the whole bird before it cooks, you get way more usable meat than it is trying to cut cooked meat off of bones. Carving up a fresh carcass is pretty easy. Carving up cooked meat is really difficult, especially if it was cooked well and it's nice and tender, then it all just wants to fall apart, even if you have a pretty nice sharp knife. So, like, yeah, it would be a lot of work to debone an entire turkey before it goes in, but if I debone it before it goes in, everything, like I said, I can separate the white meat and the dark meat so that they can cook to their appropriate temperatures completely independently of each other, and all the skin, if I leave it on, gets nice and crispy, and you don't have any of it tucked underneath the bird. I mean, I guess I could just as well spatchcock it, but, like, I don't think I or my mom have a baking sheet large enough, or maybe not even an oven large enough, to cook a whole spatchcock turkey. So if I separated out the leg and thigh meat from the breast and drumettes, we have, like, a much more cookable bird. It's not that hard, but it is a shitload of work.
It just takes time to get through. Kenny, you'll have to have turkey prepared by ye old food mage Christopher here.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's prime rib over turkey.
Yeah. Second that.
Has it been an hour? Because I really want more of that Japanese curry.
I don't think it's been an hour, but that was an arbitrary limit to put on yourself anyway.
Yeah.
If you want more, you should just have more.
I'm gonna.
All right.
You watch me. I love you.
I love you. Wait, when was it over here? I blasted so many bits off of this thing, and they're all over the dang place.
Root makes a point. You pick up
Trail.
things that are several times your size. That big old hook of metal you
Well,
picked
I
up.
mean, we broke it down into metal shards. It's not like we picked up the whole ass spine.
Okay, yeah, you like crushed it up into the bits that were usable for money.
Salute back. I love cooking. Love cooking. I got my start in my own dang kitchen. I've worked food jobs, but never as a cook. Not a real cook. Shit. I distracted. What was I gonna say?
Not exactly a royal barge, is it? Oh well, defectors can't be choosers. Let's get aboard, shall we?
Yeah, Rune. So these are oh gosh. Okay, so there's this tribe called the Karja, and their previous king was like insane and did lots of raiding and murdering and just horrible persecution and stuff. So his son got just real sick and tired of it and killed him and took over. These Shadow Karja are kind of they're the ones who left the like left Karja Prime because they thought that the previous Sun King was like the true avatar of the sun or whatever, and they are the same kind of mad and brutal that he was. So this is the royal family. This is actually the prince. They're what you call heir apparent, I guess. The prince, the king to be, and his mother did not agree with the Shadow Karja, or have decided that they don't agree with the Shadow Karja, I guess, and they decided to flee and go back to Meridian, which is the capital city of the normal non-Shadow Karja, and kind of the seat of civilization in the current world. So that was the whole point of all this, was to sneak them out of whatever their city was and get them back to Meridian and away from the Shadow Karja. So now they don't have a royal family.
You've done a good thing. Maybe even ended the war.
Maybe. But my war just keeps going.
And here we are, back in Meridian. I do get weirded out by it, but I mean, unless it's incredibly pervasive, it doesn't bother me too badly, just because that's such a hard thing to get right. Thank you. Oh, goodness.
Oh, did I unplug myself?
You did.
My bad. I hear nothing. Oh. There we go. I hear nothing still but more things. Yay. There we go. Whoa, whoa. Is he gonna welcome him like a brother? And stuff.
Edaman, my brother.
He is a brother.
Welcome home.
I was going to say, literally,
You
is
have
his
nothing
brother,
to
so I
fear.
hope so.
You are now under the protection of the Sundom. My protection. As is your mother, she will not be harmed. You have my word. Law of the Sun.
Nice.
Aloy. Seems I see your influence everywhere. You've done so much for the Sundom, and it will always be appreciated. You have my thanks. May you walk in the light.
Appalling. I spent 2 years in the Forbidden West setting this up, and the redhead gets all the credit?
I'm still getting paid, right?
She's
You'll be
she's
lucky
right
if
though.
I let you live. I couldn't have done this without you. When we meet again, I'll give you a proper thanks. I promise.
So wait, she was in the Forbidden West? We're gonna go in the second game?
No, where all of it's the Forbidden West.
Oh, okay.
There's just more of the Forbidden West in the Forbidden West.
Oh.
More West. Twice forbidden. West 2, forbidden harder.
You
I said I play on Die Hard.
Where I get up, huh?
Die Harder.
Would you like to buy something today?
No, quit trying to tell me stuff.
You'll like what I have for sale, I promise.
No, I won't.
Oh gosh.
Don't
forget to stock up.
garden of the last
Mm.
Far cry from those days.
Feels bothers me. I didn't even notice that. What do you want? What's up? Where are we?
Fine goods for
Meridian,
a fair
right?
price.
Yeah, but where
ducks.
are we? I don't remember ever seeing this place.
I barely turn a profit even in
Yeah.
the best of times. Especially since I usually hand out what I can to those in need.
Nice.
Would you care
Yeah.
for some fruit? Better enjoy it before someone runs off with the rest of it.
Has someone been stealing from you?
Yes, almost every night. Not enough to force me to close shop, but definitely enough to hurt.
Right?
Have you found any sign of the thief?
Just a couple of old rinds near the storehouse. Not much to go on.
Why haven't the guards looked into it?
The gods blame the wildlife, but I doubt they believe it. I guess they have more to worry about than a woman and her livelihood.
Gosh.
Is there anyone
Sorry, the
you
guards are
suspect?
sexist.
I've known most people here since childhood. None of them strike me as a food thief. You want to talk about other vices, however?
Vices, you
I know
say?
how to track. I could look for the thief.
Really? Thank you. You could start in my storehouse by the river. Someone must
It is
be
good,
desperate
Custom Grown. What's
to
up?
steal
How you
rather
doing?
than just ask me.
I'll see what I can find.
Check out these wares.
I don't care that much about your food troubles. What else? Do we have anything more interesting happening?
I don't know. We could go to the All-Mother and, like, help our... I forgot all about the Dora tribe being in
See?
danger.
What was I saying? Good night, Kenny. Yeah, hopefully tomorrow will be less crap.
I hope so, too. Have a good rest. Thanks for dropping by to hang with us. Good luck with your schoolwork, Custom. What kind of schoolwork? Like, is it science? Is it math? What you got going on?
Oh, yeah, Sid picks a Rambo.
Yay! What do you mean, Lovey? Who's Lovey?
Because I don't care about her food trouble.
No! You're not sexist.
Nothing to
Listen.
do with anyone's sex or gender. More that I've kind of got way bigger problems to deal with.
Yeah, there's this, like...
This is like one food thief. I've got a whole ass war to go fucking solve.
And we just found out we're like a clone, kinda, and so we
Yeah.
want to go check out that.
Dealing with some confusion and trauma here.
Yeah.
Ooh. What, like English language or English lit or... All the way over here in Mother's Watch.
Oh, Rune, because I called the guard sexist for
Yeah.
not prioritizing it.
I just said.
Oh, I missed that. I'm sorry. It was more that she said they didn't care, and that's what was sexist about it. Cared because she was a woman.
Right. Why can't I... Fast travel is not allowed for this location right now.
Oh, because there's probably like a cutscene at a certain spot where, like, so just keep going outwards.
Yeah, that's the plan.
And yeah.
That I can travel to. That I can travel to. Can travel there. Can't travel there. Can't travel there. Or there. Or there. Or there. Or there. But I can travel there. Alright.
Sweet.
That one then.
That is the one we choose.
I haven't been back home in quite a while, eh?
Indeed. Rune succeeded, making you chuckle.
Yeah. What's the essay on, Custom?
I always disliked having to write essays because I basically had to, like, I don't know, always word things in a certain way, and I never knew exactly what that way was. It's like, oh, you have to be fantastical with your writing if you want it to sound good. Like, I don't know, there's like a flow to it. that I never understood. And a lot of times I'd get lower marks in those kind of classes because of the flow. And they're like, well, this sentence could have been up here, and you could have reworded it or combined it. And I'm just like, how did you even think to do that? I couldn't.
Flow was never my problem. It was like, what they expected most of the time was for you to make an argument and defend it. And like,
Oh,
The embrace.
I always got complimented on my structure and writing, but it was like always this like, I mean, it's a really effective exploration of the topic. It's just, you know, you don't like make any point and then defend it. And I was like, well, what point is there to defend? Like, we're talking about completely subjective qualities here, and if I'm curious about what an author had to say about a thing based on how they addressed it in this particular work, and I explore that from several different angles, why does there need to be a point? The point is to question. The point is to investigate, to ruminate. I don't really understand why I need to, like, say something that must be defended, or that could be argued against. Or if it could be argued against, then that's a conversation I'd like to have, but not, like, a position I want to have to defend. I understand that this is supposed to be scholarly writing, but, like, I'm more interested in literary analysis than I am in like structure or like academic scholarly debate or whatever.
yeah, it always seemed...
And it was always like, your writing's really good. It's just, you know, it doesn't exactly meet the criteria of like the assignment. And I'm like, well, why are those criteria then? If you agree that the writing's good, and I clearly demonstrated an understanding of the topic, have I not learned what you were here to teach me?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Everything in America's so competitive in nature. Competitive. It's always about the competition. Mm-hmm. Which sucks.
Bro, I always struggle so hard with essays, like, for real. It's a final portfolio on how my writing has improved through the semester. That's always so hard to tell. Like, it takes years to understand how you've changed in any particular way. Mm-hmm. How your own writing has improved throughout the semester. You probably went into it and come out of it thinking more or less you were at the same level. Actually, recently wrote a researched argument on fast fashion. Ooh, lordy, that was hard. Sounds rad, though.
Yeah, fast fashion? That's an interesting idea. I wear whatever's comfy, and I wear it until it has so many holes that I guess I should maybe not wear it in public anymore. So I've never really been into, like, the fashion scene. I don't wear what's trendy and new. And fast fashion is oh gosh, yeah, that was a corruptor. Fast fashion just sounds so horribly bad for the environment, and it's just a high form of consumerism. Speedier, I bet.
Not even here. Oh gosh, I'm totally here. I was joking.
Hurry,
dodge!
You know,
we should have stocked up on wire and stuff.
Yeah, we were in Meridian, and there were all the supplies.
Let's see.
Can we fast travel back real quick?
Let's find out. Where's Meridian? Is it this one? Yeah. Ha! Sweet. You can't fast travel right now as you are in combat. Shut up, every other game.
Yeah. We have the right to flee in terror. Yeah. Well, I mean, not being a professor, but the compliment is great because you are a student of literature. You know what you're talking about.
The history of infinity.
What? That's cool.
Ah.
Oh gosh.
Words. Everybody's doing stuff.
Words. We need to know the words. We need to scroll up to know the words.
It was an interesting topic to discuss about, and it's fucked for the environment right now, especially with chains like Zara, H&M, PacSun, and becoming so popular.
Oh, gosh.
I think if classes were restructured around tastes that didn't test for grades but were designed to ask questions in varied forms until you reach 100% comprehension of the field, graded material should, instead of test, be proposals or reflections of impact and significance, demos and explanation videos, teaching techniques to present efficiently would improve academic classes a lot, in my opinion. I agree.
Yeah. Actually retain something from it, you know? Critical thinking. Critical thinking is important in everything you do, no matter what you're studying. I think we missed a KB message above,
No.
Oh, okay.
It was the 12-page paper on the history of infinity.
Oh, okay.
Nope. It's fine. Everything's fine.
The corruptor came with you!
Oh my god, right? Okay. So... Who is it? Is it monster stuff or general goods? I can't remember. Specialty
Hunting goods.
hunting goods merchant.
And then there's a resources, machine part resources, whatever is one on the left.
Is that it?
Nope, that's specialty.
Ah. Well,
Go
what's
to-
it say though? Mystery something? It's under it, but it's all white. It's hard to read
out.
against the mystery
Mystery
boxes. Okay. Flowers, machine resources.
Yeah, that's okay. So machine resources and hunting goods. I think hunting goods is gonna have the wire. No, that would be machine resources.
I would have thought that, yeah.
But I think the hunting goods guy has like fatty, bony meat and stuff. If you want to make more potions and whatnot.
Maybe I do. You don't know.
I would like to know.
I'm not going to tell.
Fine. Keep your secrets.
Was it? It's not you, is it? Nope. Yes, you.
You're the one.
Hell, what is it we even need for all this? We need lots of wire,
All the
obviously.
wire.
Lots of wire. Literally all the wire. Pretty much good on everything else, I think. It's just wire. That is our hang up right now.
Alright then.
Not like we're on any kind of shortage of shards here.
We are not. We are very rich. And see, now Rune's probably going to point out how we're carrying so much metal, because even in shard form, that's a lot of shards.
Yes.
That's like the characters that say, I'm going to carry 10 grand, 10,000 gold pieces on me in the party, and you're just like, how? That's
How
heavy.
the fuck do you figure? How do you think you're gonna do that, eh? Talk to me. Explain.
I think for Mossy and Andal, we need to get him like a bank sack, like
Portable hull.
a portable hull type thing. Yeah, something that just like connects immediately to his vault at home.
That's what I was gonna say. Totally a limited, but like okay, how do I want to say? Basically, like at the back of his personal safe deposit box, there is the other side of the wormhole that he basically always carries with him. Just reach on into the box,
Yeah,
grab out a handful of coins here.
yeah.
How's the curry treating you?
Amazing.
Cool, cool.
I'm literally licking the bowl. Like, well, not directly because this is a like square-shaped bowl, but you see me. I'm digging my finger in here and getting every last bit. I'm glad I waited a little bit. before
Totally
seconds.
is the general vendor, not the machine vendor.
Okay.
So hunting goods, I guess.
The longer we stay here, the more it'll feel like home.
No, that's how acclimation works.
I have a matter of grace and beauty I would like to discuss with you.
That sounds weird, and I don't want to talk to you about it.
We're just like, I don't provide those services, sir.
There are no shadows under the noonday sun. Words to live.
I'm gonna go put this in the dishwasher.
Cool. You're really frustrated with the dichotomy of scientific field and technology requiring ever faster learning and academic teaching systems that remain inefficient, ineffective, outdated, and whose priorities are heavily influenced by lobbies and politics.
That's the thing, like, so long as you can pay people money to cover their basic needs, you can bribe anyone with enough of it, you know? You can control everything if you have all the money. Or at least the most of it.
We'll find better ways.
Like, imagine how much cool, like, technology science stuff we'd already have done and accomplished if we didn't have the burden of only money fueling those things, like, and select interests of who controls that money. I think we were watching a video on that the other day, and I can't remember who it was that was talking about it. Or was it a podcast? Maybe it was a podcast. Probably the wrong voice. Seriously wrong folk.
Could easily have been.
I don't know if you know them, Ruined, but
The podcast Seriously Wrong is
is
excellent.
amazing. I share them almost every other day in the Discord.
Okay, I just bought 150 wire and I used all of it.
Oh, well, let's buy more!
But 4, so we'll buy lots more and just have it on hand.
Yes.
And echo shells.
For the boomy arrows?
Tear blasts, yeah.
Yeah. Guess that's what we've been carrying around all these shards for, is one of these days it's gonna fill up on wire and echo shells. I think it's cool they call them echo shells. Like, the names they give to these items, these tech bits, are just so intriguing. Do you have a favorite one?
Favorite what?
Name for a component? Like, that's what they're called, components. But, like, echo shell, metal burn, like, blaze, like...
I like chill water.
Chill water? Yeah.
But echo shell is definitely a favorite.
Definitely.
I love the word echo, just in general. Love to see the reduction of defense spending and the relocation of those funds into a budget designed to be distributed by independent investors, engineers, artists, and citizens who propose viable ideas for civil benefit.
Definitely want the reduction of defense spending. That's America's number one
That's where
spending.
we sink all of our fucking money. The Pentagon gets more money than every other federal program combined every year. It's fucked. Just so we can maintain and expand our fucking empire.
It's terrible. I don't want to expand an empire. I want to help people. I want to care about each other, not kill each other.
What?
Oh, you accidentally hit the save button. Manual save button.
I was trying to sneak. Sorry about that, yo. We're back. Nothing happened. It went into a system menu.
I was serious,
And so it stopped
Rhiannon, and
broadcasting.
so it had to cut the feed and only give you my audio for the maximum impact emotional effect.
It's that way. We have to go through the
Yeah.
corruptor. That's alright. I can take a corruptor.
Yeah, tie it
What's
down.
one corruptor?
They are fast.
Red light means trouble.
Nice. Ooh, yes, you knocked it down with shooting a leg. Ooh, blindy, lighty.
Totally lost us for a second there.
Yeah.
Ah.
Oof.
That was on me.
Oof. One more. Nice. That one you can sneak kill if you just get in the bushes real quick. So it doesn't see you. Nice.
Anything to protect the embrace.
More importantly, I want to actually push back real quick. I'm not... Oh, wait. Never mind. I'm sorry. I misread. You said inventors. I thought you said investors. And I was going to say, no, I think that a lot of our problems have come from putting those decisions in the hands of capitalists. But you said inventors. Actual inventors, not Elon Musk's. And I'm with you.
Also, there's student... What do you call it? A university that covers student tuition in America? What?
More importantly, make it common knowledge it's available. There are several programs available for people who can find them, but it's those who know where to find them. I already had 2 years of academic debt before I even thought to look for a university that covered student tuition, because I'd always been taught that that option didn't exist.
Same.
Yeah. Although, correct me if I'm wrong, aren't you somewhere in Europe?
Rude? No.
Right? Are you American? I thought you weren't. But anyway, hell, if that didn't exist in America, that's fucking rad. That's not something I knew about either. I was lucky, or not lucky. I mean, I was a decent student in high school, and so my state covered my tuition with the "Don't Be a Fuck Up in High School" scholarship. But even with having my tuition covered, I still left college with a total of something like $25,000 in debt. I paid off the private loans, but not the federal ones. I'll get around to it someday, maybe. By the time I'm able to like really start repaying that in earnest, they might have finally got around to being scary enough to the government that they start making concessions to the people and we get fucking student debt forgiveness.
I would love that, because I have like 35K in debt. That's going to start the loan payment thingies in January, it said, but, you know, I won't be able to pay them, so they'll just have to wait.
As an educator, I can tell you without a doubt that our public education system is fucked and not actually doing anything useful except arguably providing daycare for working parents. That was why there was all the push across this fucking country to get the schools to open up, because the having to take care of kids was one of the major factors keeping people from going back to work, and it was like threatening. It was right on the verge of causing a major economic problem because people couldn't work because they had to take care of their kids. So get the schools open, get the kids back in school. No, kids are basically immune to COVID. Fuck it, let them go. Let them go. It's fine. No, what, masks, social distancing? Fuck it, just go back to school. Anger. Not going to go into all the problems or how I would fix them right now, but it's not working. Yeah. Americans studying in the U.S., very few, most painfully religious. Hey, the don't fuck up in high school scholarship and the fucked up in college. I actually did too, but because my school is such a notorious party school and expected that out of people, no joke, I went into college completely unprepared for what college was going to be, and also completely unprepared for what it was going to feel like to not to live at home anymore. And it was amazing. And it was the most free and light and incredible I ever felt. But it did mean that my first semester wrecked everything. Like, I exited my first semester with like I think it was like a .08 or something GPA. Because I mean, it was like liberation in full form, but then also everything about that experience, in the way it's designed and in the ways that it was just incidental to my life, are custom made to defeat ADHD brains. So like the semester felt like it lasted forever, and yet also was over before I blinked, and it was fucking crazy. And it was like I realized that I'd missed a lot of class without realizing that I had been doing it at the time. Like, this shit just passed me right by. And so, yeah, my GPA was absolutely in the trash. And had it not been for my school, again, notorious party school, generous DF repeat program, I would have lost my scholarship immediately, but it didn't matter because you just have to finish out your first year, not your first semester, and your year includes summer. So I repeated every course that I could from my first semester and my second semester, and then took a few summer courses just kind of to pad things out and bolster my GPA a little bit. I went from like whatever, I think it was like a 0.08 GPA at the end of my first semester to a 3.3 at the end of the summer. Yeah, I mean, it's not that fucking hard. You just have to actually go to the classes. So, yeah. Yeah, I fucked up in college too, basically, but at least it was salvageable.
I have an interesting college experience. I never fucked up of my own accord. My first degree, I finished. I got my associates in restaurant and culinary management, but halfway through I knew it's not what I was going to do, so I guess I fucked up in my choice.
This is Hades' future.
And then the next one, I was going to be an I was going for elementary education. I wanted to be a teacher. But then I got my divorce, moved away, realized after being an educational assistant that I did not like the politics of teaching and the way the system is. So I didn't, as much as I wanted to help kids, there was no way I could do that.
Right.
So then, that's, I guess mistake, air quotes, mistake number 2, fucked up number 2. And then my third one, when I finally...
Not a fuck up, though. That's just like a realization born of experience.
Yeah, but same thing with the first one, though I did finish it because it was a free one that I was able to get through being an army wife.
Yeah.
So that one's not so much of a fuck up, I just don't ever use it. The third one, though, my animation and visual effects degree I was working on, that's the one I owe all that debt to. Arm broke! Yay! Early in that career. And so I had to drop out. I could not keep up with the workload, the quality. I had to start over. And so now I'm just like, I don't want to do college anymore. Every time I try it, something bad happens-ish. So, no thank you.
I fucked up in college more slowly but consistently for a few years, then dropped out, then worked at a gas station for 5 years, then went back, got my degree and my teaching license. Nice. I didn't finish. I did actually complete just a few credits shy of a bachelor's degree worth of education, but my last semester of my senior year, I fucked off harder than I did in my first semester. I was so fucking burnt out, and I didn't care about anything I was doing, and I had absolutely no career plans with any of the stuff I was doing. Like, this degree wasn't actually going to get me any actual jobs, and like, between the almost degree that I have and the work experience I have, I've landed every job I've had for the last 7 years, all of which were white-collar positions that all claim to require at least an associate's or a bachelor's degree in accounting or business, and I don't have anything of the sort. Still got the fucking jobs. Most job requirements are... Whoa, a Deathbringer in Noraland.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
Oh, it's looking right at you!
Oh.
I told you!
I wondered. I was just checking to see if it could actually see me from that far. No, you don't have to come over here.
It's okay.
I was just a bug. Just a little bug. As far as you know.
Yeah, sneaky swimming.
God, that's awesome. Look at that thing.
It's imposing, for sure. It's got lights everywhere.
Had the option of skipping a grade, but due to my autism and other limitations of social interactions, my mom decided to keep me in the traditional grades. Once the diagnosis became official, despite excellent grades gotten from a child already disillusioned in the system, I was slotted into the special education homerooms, which didn't help my social status. Yeah, that fucking wouldn't. I know that because of the time I was born, I don't know. Well, I mean, I think it was probably mostly an economic decision. Basically, like, one less child to need to find help taking care of in the day, because I've got a sister, too, and she's a year younger. I really shouldn't have started when I did. I should have started the following year. So instead of being one of the older kids, I was always among the youngest. And given the whole autism ADHD brain and the difficulty of just not having really been properly socialized around kids my age for the most part. I mean, I had a few friends, but we moved several times when I was a kid, and et cetera, et cetera. You know the struggle. That I was always pretty significantly apart from most of my peers as far as social development went. So that was horrendous. And if I'd maybe had that one more year to mature a little bit before actually entering school, I might have been a little better equipped to handle things socially. But yeah. Don't know, though. I mean, I can't say that with any certainty, but I suspect it would have helped, at least.
I learned early on that it was much easier to get by if you kept your head low and didn't say anything.
I did not.
Like, and then sometimes make jokes, like, being the funny kid helped people to like me enough not to want to hurt me, for the most part, but not interact with me all the time. So yeah, I was just the shy, awkward girl. Turns out I was actually autistic, and I moved around, like how you said, moved all the time. I changed schools so many times. No one was there long enough to see me to help me, you know? Mm-hmm. And my mom didn't care about any of that, so she had her own stuff going on. So yeah, I understand how tough it is. And do you think we can just sneak past it and get to where we need to go, or do we eventually have to, like, murderize it?
I mean, we're going that way, and it started off way the hell over there, so, I mean, if it's got, like, a regular patrol path, it will eventually... Actually... I don't think it can cross the river.
Well, is it gonna stop you?
Well, I mean, that's the way we're going. That's what the objective is, so...
Oh, no. It can't cross the river is what you're saying. I don't know. I've seen lots of them go through the water for other machines. Why would that one be different?
Depends on other machines, though.
True.
Like, Snapmaw's no problem. Longleg's not going to cross that river. Big boy like that? I don't know. I don't know if I can make it.
Hey, there's a guy.
What?
Right there.
Oh, shit. Hey, what's up, guy?
Bad day for one of us.
Oh, it's not one of our guys.
No. Oh, gosh.
No, nobody's got... Oh, no, there's lots of guys. Oh, I didn't think this through.
No.
Getting her from disability to functionally autistic was a challenge that had to wait till after I was a full adult due to my mother's limited finances. She got a lot of additional aid from the government because I was disabled.
Yeah, like, I'm sure my mom, she just didn't care, but also we were poor, so there was no chance to, like, get help for anything, even if she wanted to.
Also, it would have been difficult just being, like, a female child in the 90s.
Yeah.
And it's hard to get people who are not already familiar with autistic issues to understand that autism doesn't just look like visible disability.
Keep quiet now.
Yeah.
And especially back then, it was a lot harder to get a proper diagnosis unless you were in some way, like, visibly unable to, like, function on your own. It wasn't understood as broad a category
Yeah, they didn't
of traits
see
and
the
behaviors as it is today.
Like, some people, like, I'm pretty sensitive to things with my sensory experience, but there are some autistic folk who the slightest of things can be so overwhelming. Like,
yeah. Like, immediately debilitating.
Yeah.
Shut down causing.
Like, for me, my sound sensory is probably the most debilitating.
Yeah.
If there's multiple sounds going on, I can't hear any of it. Like, I hear it, but it's all one static
Not done yet.
overwhelming thing. Like, I can't pinpoint. Unless it's music. Music, I can pinpoint every instrument individually.
Music doesn't, like, tear your brain to pieces.
Yeah,
it just
yeah.
envelops you.
Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. It's like somebody's putting a shredder in my brain when I'm in a room full of people talking.
Yeah.
And they're all trying to talk to me at once or to each other. And that's why a lot of times in VR chat, like, there's many reasons
so
I don't
many
go to
different
public
voices
worlds.
all happening at once, having different conversations.
Yeah.
Makes it impossible
And
for
I
your
can't
brain
have a
to, like,
conversation.
single out one of them to just listen to. But then it also... You're, like, involuntarily trying to follow all of them at once. Your brain is just attempting to do that and finding itself completely incapable. And so you feel like your entire body is just being scattered to the four winds. And it is deeply unpleasant. Oh my god, yes, sensory issues, loud sounds, particular clothing's fuck
Yeah,
yes.
yeah,
The type
textures.
of pressure or texture on the skin, absolutely.
There are just certain things that are just scratchy enough that you're like, and now it's like needles.
Clips smashed through.
Oh, I wish they would have let me eat in the hallway. I never spoke up about anything I had complaint-wise because before even school started, my mom beat that out of me, you know? Like, you didn't complain because if you did, grown-ups got angry at you.
Jesus, yes.
And so when school was time to do school stuff, anything that was uncomfortable like that for me, like in the lunchroom with two people sitting next to me smushed up, pushing me and prodding me, and weird smells and weird loud noises from other kids that aren't like me, I couldn't vocalize that. I'm more of a shutdown than a meltdown person.
I think the few times I was, like, egregiously loud enough to be punished in that way, sent away. Oh, hi. What? Hey, it was where you're standing that I killed the first one of you, so I'm not sure you want to tangle, motherfucker.
Rune, you understand. I'm sorry that you understand. That experience.
Now,
is
see,
shared,
I
you know?
was raised by people from a particular strain of regional/generational poverty. You didn't risk no meal. If there was something you could not handle eating, you were made to sit at the table for as many hours as it took to choke down the last fucking bite of that thing. When I would have been perfectly happy to go to bed hungry and somebody else could have had my fucking leftovers.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not asking anybody to make a second meal, but if, like, the oil that you fried this tortilla in was rancid, and I'm so fucking hyper keen on flavor that this is, like, unbearably disgusting, and I just can't, because the flavor is wrong, and the texture of the thing is weird and, like, crisp in a way that wants to go mushy quickly in my mouth, and the whole thing is just fucking disastrous. Or for some reason, it's weird, because I love them now, but as a kid I could not handle Sloppy Joes. And annoyingly, of course, it's the kind of thing that, like, everyone loves, so I'm the weird ass at the table who just can't. And, like, I'm punished pretty fucking severely for, like, making a show of it. And it's like, I wasn't doing anything. I was trying really fucking hard to eat this disgusting fucking food that you told me I can't go to bed without finishing. And then it still took me too long, so you fucking hit me because I wasn't eating fast enough for your taste? Like... Yeah, it was real cool. Real cool way to be raised. Very stubborn streak that runs in my family. Oh, dude, same. My mom tried to stop me using foul language, but I had no tolerance for hypocrisy, and she...
I find that's a common thing among autistic folk. We have no tolerance for hypocrisy.
Yeah.
Like... Because I was afraid of the pain, I never, like, stood up for that kind of stuff. But in my head... Always pushing back where I could. Cussed herself, so eventually, when it came to the point where I quite literally had my mouth washed out with soap, I took it with a grin, and that was the end of it. Hey, I'm sorry you had that happen, but you stood your ground. You made it uncomfortable for her. Which, if you can do any of that as much as you can, do it, you know? Anybody who's causing you harm, don't give them anything in return other than pushback. She didn't try to fix my mouth again. Nice. I had the soap thing threatened to me, but never actually done to me. And, like, where did that come from? Like, the parents of that generation just
I'm not sure
see
that
it
was
in a
ever a
movie
literal
somewhere.
thing in most cases. I'm pretty sure that was only ever a colloquialism, and that certain extremely fucked people decided to employ it literally, but...
Oh gosh, there's two of them.
Yes.
And things. Oh, there's so
You know
many
what?
things.
Fuck, no, not the rock.
Ah! We can't use those little rocks. Nice. Ah, big rock.
Barely filled.
Nice. Ooh. Component removed. It said component removed.
Oh, hell yeah. No, we love this stuff.
Yeah, this is...
If you were a regular in the Smoochie Playing chats, this is pretty much par for the course. We tend to get into serious/heavy topics pretty frequently, so don't worry about it. This is a place for that.
Yeah, very much so. Like, I think you've spent more time in my streams than this streams, and I run my streams a little differently, but this is very much a, hey, we're here to have conversations, connect with people, hanging out on a couch together.
Oh, I want to say, though, because I just now saw your message, the now thing is she was trying to do right by her mind. She was raised the same way, and the cycle's hard to break. I mean, given prior generations, I'd say, like, that seems to be observably true, but on the other hand, I just don't fucking buy that. Like, I don't think it actually takes a massive cultural consciousness shift. I think it's very much a personal capability thing that you can look at, like, for instance, a full-ass grown adult literally physically harming a child as a disciplinary action and go, hey, actually, that's kind of fucked up and maybe we shouldn't. Like, because I remember, actually, I had the same thing done to me and it really fucking sucked. Like, a lot of people are like, I was spanked growing up and I turned out just fine. Yeah, you turned out with, like, repressed emotions and you turned out to, like, turn around and abuse your own children the same way. Yeah, you turned out just fucking fine, didn't you? Fuck that. Fuck every last bit of that noise. If you can't look at conditions around you and go, you know what? This could be better. We could do better. I'm sorry, I got no fucking time for you. I just don't. Yeah. No more quarter for my parents than for anybody else's. It's fucked behavior, and there's no reason anybody at any point along the line couldn't have looked at that and gone, actually, I hated that when it was me. I'm not going to, like, visit that same shit on my kids. I won't be that horrible person, because Jesus Christ, the resentment I have for my parents right now, and I sure shit wouldn't want my kids to feel that way about me, so I'll treat them differently. We'll try something else and just see how it fucking goes. Maybe I'll attempt to treat them as if they were real human beings, and listen to them when they tell me they're feeling a particular way. And hell, I don't know, maybe that'll result in more well-rounded and well-adjusted people, and maybe we'll have a better relationship than I currently have with my shitty parents. Just seems like a series of thoughts that a lot of people could have had independently, and probably did, and still chose not to do things that way. And that is goddamn a thing that infuriates me every time I think about it, because it shouldn't be that fucking hard. It just shouldn't.
Yeah, like, why is that so hard? Like, why are they making those choices? Like, what's causing that to happen? That's where my brain goes, because it's like, they obviously made the choice to continue the harm.
Yes.
So why? What is in their mind that made that happen? So if I find out the why, maybe I can undo it? Or, I don't know. I feel like
all you can do is, since we don't have and won't have to exercise a tiny little bit of fucking patience and not let your power get away from you.
Yeah.
Because the straight fact is, you do actually have the physical prowess necessary to silence a voice that small. You can do it. It will make you a horrible fucking person, but you can sure do it.
Yeah.
If that's how you want to behave, if that's the kind of person you want to be, fucking go for it, but you have to understand the way these people are going to feel about you in the future is not going to be fucking favorable. And when you need something desperately down the line, and they're the only people available to help, you're going to need to prepare yourself for the eventuality of them not being willing.
Yeah.
And you'll have it fucking coming, because you left them out to dry. When they needed it most, and you were supposed to be the only person that they could reliably rely on.
Yeah.
And you decided not to be that person for them, when it was your fucking responsibility to do so.
Mm-hmm. I wish I had a responsible mom. A mom at all. Like, she was not there for me when I needed it in every aspect. Oh, rock! And then dad figure wasn't there either. Even more so. Oh nice, you got one down. And that one's almost done too. Nice.
Thanks.
Now it's just humans, I think?
Yep. And a lot of them. Where have you guys been this whole time?
They were just waiting to see if the corruptors would take care of it, I guess. They're like, man, those corruptors sure are having a hard time. I wonder what foul machine beast they're fighting. We should... They're like all scared and stuff. Uh-oh.
Damn it!
Oh, run!
What the hell, Aloy? What in the actual hell, Aloy?
It seems that they're veering upwards.
Get ready for the shadow stick.
These ones are really good at rolling.
Oh.
Ow.
Heck.
Ooh, did the corruptors drop any guns or anything?
Not usually.
No.
What are you thinking?
He's gonna charge in.
Ah.
He's gonna make it. He's gonna be the hero. Everyone's chanting behind him right now. Timmy, Timmy. And then the here's Death Guy.
I just also saw the scars left in my parents from their parents and was able to connect the dots of their trauma and how that shaped the way I was raised. Doesn't make it right, but knowing how she genuinely believed she was doing the right thing, even if it wasn't, and was fighting her own hell, like it was mine, well, it leaves me with a little empathy. Same. I mean, same exact thing for same figure.
But not letting it be the priority, you know?
That's the thing, is like, I do have that empathy, and I actually have like a very in-depth and detailed understanding of exactly what my mom went through growing up and how it shaped her and how it made her make the decisions she made that were absolutely horrible, but seemed like the best of all possibilities at the time. And I still absolutely do harbor resentment over all of that for her and for her parents for making that be the person she was. I still do say there is responsibility on her part that really should have been easier to take. How many decisions were made out of fear and panic that were so transparently bad ideas.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like really, reality trauma, the cycle of broke families is messy and hard to untangle without being equipped to. Hell, it's hard to untangle when you are. Yeah, for sure.
And the more generations that go on, the more tangled that gets, because it's layers upon layers of building. Well, thanks for just standing there, buddy. You're a real champ.
Much appreciated.
Now take their stuff. It is the looter's way. The loot code.
Oh, there's more bugs.
No. That one sounds heavier.
Mm-hmm.
Got a Deathbringer up there? Were there 2 Deathbringers?
That's not Deathbringer heavy. That's like Sawtooth heavy.
Okay. If we sneak, we can make it our pet.
We could get ourselves a big old
Look,
kitty.
there's some Heidi grass right there. To the right, it looks like.
Nope.
No? Okay.
What we got?
Corrupted Thunderjaw.
Alright.
Dang it, it's already corrupted, though.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, we could corrupt it, and then it would be our pet. Can we just go, like, find a Thunderjaw and bring it here? No, we can't bring them. They'll just wander. Never mind.
Bye, KB. Thanks for hanging with us. I really get that. It's one of the reasons I really, really hated the tradition and mindset of having children early. Past 2 generations of my family had families when they knew... Before they knew what they were doing. Yeah, same.
Yeah, my mom had me when she was 19. And her mom had her when she was like 17 or something, 16. And I'm sure before that it was all the same, really young age ranges. I don't really know anything about my family history because they never told me anything. And I only know my birth mom, my birth grandma, and my half-sister as blood-related relatives. Everyone else was not blood-related. And I've never met my real dad, so it's like, I don't really know anything about his side of the family. But, yeah. It really sucked that it breeds immaturity.
Yes.
When you have families so young. Because your parent, big air quotes here, is still technically a young adult. Or sometimes a child in the case of, like, with my grandma being, like, 17 or 16. And, you don't have the capacity and the experience to be able to pass on parenting. Like, if you already are not able to be a parent, how could you expect your child to grow into a parent? Like me, I guess I got lucky being born with the brain I had in a way, because I was able to just say logically, this is what I need to do right now.
That's how I feel a lot of the time too.
And I took care of myself.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, I need a clean bowl to eat off of, or I could get sick from eating off a dirty dish. And I don't want to go hungry, so let's get that crate. Let's go stand up on the countertop and do what I gotta do. Oh, there's no water? Well, I think the neighbor has a hose, so I could take this, like, I've got a bucket and, doing the dishes in the neighbor's backyard when they're not home. So that way I can have something to clean off. Like, I was a scavenger. I was like this wild child, almost. Out in the desert. I played it off as a funny, to make lighter of the situation. So I sound cooler in that it wasn't as bad of an experience. Yeah, you were old before puberty. Exactly. Oh, it's got laser thingy like the things do. Whoa. Nice. Oh, not nice. You were in the fire, but it didn't care. Yeah, same. I didn't relate to anybody my age. There was like a few handful of friendly friends. Like, we liked talking to each other, kinda. But we didn't like hang out after school or anything. The few times I had kids my age that lived near where I lived, that I also knew at school, they weren't even allowed to come into the apartment, or when later we got a house through the government running program stuff, because my mom was like super paranoid about letting anybody in, because she knew they would see how everything was and get reported.
It's a corrupted Thunderjaw, all right. The survivors must be holed up in the mountain. If the tunnel collapses, they'll be buried. I'll never reach the hatch.
We already fought one of these.
I was gonna say, we just killed a Cardinal Thunderjaw. Come on. Like, another one already?
Wait, is it tied down? Because it doesn't look like it's moving
Doubtful.
around.
I'm pretty sure we saw it moving around a minute ago, didn't we?
Oh, okay. I don't know.
You'll be buried in there.
I think it's just being static, I guess.
Shit.
Oh, it's already signing you.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
take out this
firing.
thing.
How this machine rages.
Low and quiet does it.
Oh.
Oh, oh.
Oh, hey. Oh. Oh, yeah, hey.
To Aloy's
Sona.
side, now!
For Aloy!
Oh gosh, we can't let them die.
I mean, honestly, I kind of love it. Fighting the big machines in this game. I wish it was one-on-one. Like, if I didn't have all these other assholes pegging me with arrows at the same time, even though it is kind of tense and stressful, like, fighting a Thunderjaw is rad as hell. It's fun, and it feels good to, like, nail that last shot and bring it down, because they take so much punishment. And you can, you know, be cool as hell and, like, strategically disarm them and rip those holes open in their sides, strike right at their hearts, and you do, like triple damage. It's rad as hell. Makes you feel like cool and clever, having, like, systematically worked your way across its body to weaken it and to expose its vulnerabilities and stuff. Like,
Yeah. I like looking through the notebook and
you get that with,
analyzing
like, the
every
bigger
bit.
machines much more pronouncedly than you do with smaller ones. Like, I don't really feel that way, like, fighting a Grazer or something. That's just, like, shoot it until it stops moving. With, like, a Thunderjaw or something, like, really big with a lot of different components and sections and a massive pool of hit points, you have to, like, actually employ knowledge to bring them down in, like, kind of a similar way to, you know, one of the bigger hunts in a Monster Hunter game. And that just feels cool to, like, figure out how something works and nail its vulnerability and exploit those weaknesses.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, modern equivalent of teaming up with a bunch of your fellow hunter folk and taking down a mammoth.
Sona, they're still alive.
Let's make sure we keep them that way.
How did we get up here?
Cutscene magic.
Cutscene magic.
The corruption will not take hold!
You say that.
Nice.
May the goddess remember!
Oh, disc beams. Oh, I think you took out one of them.
Back to the tainted earth, demon!
One removed.
Faithless and forsaken! You'll die!
No, you.
Ah! Ooh.
Destroy it!
Roll out of the way! Oh gosh! Oh my goodness, there's so many! Oh no, there's still more!
Jesus Christ!
Oh, yeah, there were a lot.
Okay, that was plenty enough. Thank you.
Favorite ammo type?
Depends on the scenario. I love Terra Blast.
Yeah, they have such a satisfying...
Yeah. And to see, like, components and armor just, like, chip off or destroy it completely. It's so rad. Oh,
Wait.
they're fine.
Did it keep... No, it still has its stuff. Dang.
Get out of my fucking way. What's the matter with you?
Faithless and forsaken.
Well, he didn't know he was in the way of your camera. He was out of your way. He did go behind you while you were firing. Nice, component removed.
The corruption will not take hold! Back to the tainted earth!
That'll help.
Oh,
Alright, that's all its gun's gone, I think.
it's gonna whack you with its tail.
Track it down!
Yes, get that side panel open. Nice.
Destroy it!
Ooh.
May the goddess remember!
Shit.
Ew.
Bring down the demon!
Ooh. 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 It looks so epic in slow-mo. Oh, no!
The corruption will not take hold!
Track it down!
Damn it, stop moving your whole body.
Bring...
Who exactly are you in this game? We're Aloy. Motherless child cast out at birth from her tribe because of the whole... See the aforementioned motherlessness. She appeared as a baby one day in the heart of this mountain, and everybody was like, oh, wow, that's unnatural. You're supposed to have a mom.
Yeah.
Especially because this is a matriarchal society, the Nora. So she was entrusted to the care of another outcast named Rost, who was pretty cool tribe dad.
Outcast dad.
Outcast dad, yeah. But so when Nora come of age, they can run in what's called the Proving, which is this series of like trials and hunts and obstacles and stuff. And even outcasts, when they come of age, can participate. And if you finish it, you become a Nora Brave. If you finish in first place, you get to ask a special boon of the matriarchs. And hers was to learn more about her past, like where she came from. Why the fuck was she outcast in the first place? So she's got no real solid love for the Nora because of, how they decided she was not worthy of life when she was a fucking baby. But she did run in the Proving and came in first place. And as a result of which, so at the end of the Proving, the Nora were attacked by this unknown force. Turns out they were Shadow Karja, like the ones I was telling you about earlier that we helped the prince and Queen Mother, I guess, escape from. Killed most of the Nora who were running in the Proving, and a whole bunch of other people besides. Killed Rost, our outcast dad. But so Aloy's request was to learn more about herself and stuff, but like when that happened, she went into the mountain. The mountain seemed to recognize her. And so Matriarch Tirsa, feeling this was a sign straight from God herself, granted Aloy a status called Seeker, which is granted to Nora on particular special / dangerous missions. They're the few Nora who are allowed to leave Mother's Embrace. Thank you. Which is the Nora homeland. That's where we currently are, is Mother's Embrace. The bigger answer to that question is apparently we are a maybe clone, maybe near clone of the woman who designed the entire system that kept the world from going into full-on inhospitable, well, basically turning Earth into a second Venus. And that was 1,000 years ago.
Yes. So there's probably like a clone machine in the mountain.
There completely is a clone machine.
The demon!
It's very interesting, Rune. I don't know how much
The
you
lore
caught.
is so cool. This game's story is way better than it had any good reason to be.
I want to see a movie made of this.
I don't. They would fuck it up.
Huh?
I don't. They would fuck it up.
Aw.
This game is already this game, the movie.
Yeah, you're right. Roll!
Whoa.
That was close.
How did we avoid it?
You rolled in between the wires as they came, or not wires, lasers. Oh gosh. Oh, nice, whoever did that. That was you! Oh, it was you! Nice. Run!
Oh. Saw trailers for this game. A lot of facets to this plot. Yes, it's very deep and very cool. Saw trailers and thought the story would be contrived and it would be all focused on fighting giant robot beasts with bow and gadget. Well, it is that. I mean, that describes the combat, but it's fun as fuck. And on top of all the other depth that I already mentioned, and again, this game's narrative is just so good.
Yeah. Like, I don't know how much you caught of us playing it the last time we played it, but we got to like major plot moments.
Yeah.
Which I will now describe while Christopher goes and uses the restroom.
Yes, I do have to be.
So, breakdown. Basically, 1,000 years ago, hyper-capitalism, right? And...
So far, so good.
Yeah. Basically, humankind has gotten to a level of technology where they automate everything even more. So, companies will fight each other with robots over assets and things like that to, secure resources and whatnot. So, this company called Pharaoh, who basically weapons dealers, makes robots for these other companies so they can have their little proxy war things or whatever, and they profit off of that. They eventually make a type of robot that they automate making other robots. So they're like, I think they're called Titans or something. Can't remember exactly, but they're basically machines that other companies can buy to automate making war machines. And everyone's like, yeah, this is so great, profits are up and whatnot. Oh no, we made a robot that consumes biofuel. The biofuel, it gets its biofuel from any living matter. It basically has this like swarm micro robots that go and break down organic matter to turn it into fuel. So plant life, all life, anything organic. Huh? And the dolphins. So one piece of like a text thing that we get is talking about a PR disaster where they're talking about like, we need to get this swarm under control because the encryption's so strong they can't really break it, and once it goes whack, and they're trying desperately to figure out how to de-encrypt this in time, but it's going to take like literally hundreds of years, and they don't have hundreds of years. They have like a decade or something by the time this gets out of hand. And the first like major witnessing of it to the public is this pod of dolphins, like the last known of the species gets consumed by these robots in front of everyone, and everyone's like, "Oh no, the dolphins!" And then the guy in the text is saying, "It's a PR disaster. We really need to cover this up so we can keep selling our robots, man." To summarize. And it gets so out of hand, basically everyone's doomed, and the planet's going to be a lifeless rock. But Elizabeth, she helped devise an AI, basically, with a bunch of subsets, and they're all named after, like, the Greek gods and whatnot, to not only preserve, like, they preserve human life in these fossils and things. There's, like, a whole bunch of different lore things that describe the different processes of it. But Gaia is the name of the AI, is going to, like, oh no, I can't think while stuff's happening. I'm sorry. I'm going to try to be short.
Okay.
I'm sorry. De-encrypt or whatever to stop the robots after humanity's gone and already dead, and then create a new, like, terraforming the planet to make it viable for human life. And once that happens, bam, grow humans and let them go. But something happened wrong, because obviously nobody remembers the past. Like, Aloy is just finding out, and she's like a clone of the original person who made it. There. Okay, I'm done.
Okay. Maybe, but honestly, like, I'm not sure. I mean, almost definitely, because it's used in the making of most things. But
Yes.
like,
They did such a great job.
to have like such a thorough understanding of an actually potential practical scenario for how AI can go wrong, when most AI going wrong stories are about. Look at any of them. Look at the movie AI. Look at iRobot. Like, a lot of those stories are about basically we vested this AI with too much administrative power, and then because it had like really fucked up, but also what to say, like unquestionable reasoning, that it just decided, like in the case of what was it? It was iRobot, right?
Yeah,
That the best way to keep humanity from harming itself was to end humanity. No more humans in danger, no problem. And that feels very much like computer logic to people who don't understand how computers logic. Mm-hmm. When really the fact is, if you give a machine the ability to create biofuel to sustain its own operation from the natural environment, and then equip it with the tools necessary to make that happen, it'll do that. And by any slight programming oversight or even glitch, it can do that to stuff you didn't mean for it to do it to, or outside the normal operating parameters under which it would do such a thing. It makes total fucking sense that when you give an AI, a limited AI, that amount of that particular set of skills and directives, that could run wild really, really fucking easily. And that's the kind of thing, that's a way that AI could actually go wrong. That makes practical sense. It's still like a technological leap versus anything we have today. Like the story that, like, the actual stuff that went wrong in this game's fiction went wrong in like the 2060s, I think. It was like 2065 it kicked off and started like the mass extinction event. Mm-hmm. And we probably aren't going to get there in the next 40 years, but like, still, it's not an implausible scenario. And especially given that it was born of imperialism and capitalism.
Yeah.
If that kind of thing were to happen, if it were to go wrong, it would be because the U.S. was so concerned with sucking currency's dick.
Yeah.
And it would almost definitely be on the back of a fucking defense contract. Mm-hmm. It's like, nothing about that that's doubtful. It makes perfect fucking sense.
Yeah. You know what weapon we need to get a hold of? The slingshot one that throws bombs. Just throw a couple of those into its heart. It'd be nice.
Yeah, I've passed up buying one of those several times, but we could get one.
I keep thinking, nah, I'll never use it, but then I
Same, yeah.
see it, and I'm like, oh, this would be
This would
perfect.
be a great scenario, yeah.
Yes, ruined, yes. Most def.
The corruption will not take hold!
We'll make sure. Shoot it in the heart.
Ooh.
Nice. Nice heart shooting, my
Thank
love.
you. Errors inevitably happen as technology grows ever more powerful, the stakes become higher, and mistakes leave larger scars. I'm mostly a techno-optimist, but I understand that we're not working with sticks and stones anymore. I'm a techno-optimist? I don't...
Technology.
It's like the opposite of, like, Ludditism. Or I guess it would be Luddism. A Luddite would be a Luddist. A Luddite. Luddism. Anyway, I'm not the least bit, like, afraid of technology, and I think that it's just observably true that over time, technological advancements have tended to increase the quality of human life.
Yeah, think of insulin.
But every good turn technologically is an opportunity for someone to use it for foul ends.
And the more complex it is, like I said, the larger scars.
Mm-hmm.
Think of the Expanse with the cascade effect in the biodomes, or just the overall war thing, like the escalation of powers.
Mm-hmm.
Like, eventually technology gets so good that you could... like, we already see nuclear weapons as our highest thing that could wipe out all of humanity, and that still doesn't deter us from not having them. So any other technology above that is going to just be the same thing. It's like, oh, we have this new strong thing. We keep it in case. But, like, why? That just leaves the room for it to do the harm.
Well, I mean, without even getting into, like, military applications for things, like, if you think about what the internet looked like,
Mm-hmm.
like, 2+ decades ago versus what it looks like now, at the time, back then, you know, it was this, like, wild land of free expression and stuff, and, you know, free and open source software projects, and not all of it was good, you know, a lot of it was really pretty not good. And it's that exactly not good stuff that ended up, you know, creating things like fucking 4chan, but, like, it was that kind of spirit, but it was also that kind of spirit that led to the entirety of the free and open source software movement. And those notions of that particular kind of liberty, and I think that that's really important. And now the internet, just like the rest of the world, is a capitalist hellscape of advertising and trends. I mean, because there's nothing that's not monetized, and as soon as people realized there was a thing that they could monetize on, that started fucking happening.
If you can make a profit off it, someone will.
Well, you might be able to do a degree of harm to a number of individuals, but, like, I'm not as interested in that as I am in the kind of systemic harm, or the kind of, rather I should say, the kind of mass harm that is caused by it becoming incorporated into a massive range of systemic issues.
Like, people who do that kind of harm with that kind of power that's available, they are probably subject to a lot of systemic things that cause them to become that way.
Yeah.
And if we can get rid of those systemic issues, we don't have people formed that would want to do those kind of harm.
In that kind of a society, like, social accountability could actually mean something.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I know. I wasn't exactly disagreeing with you. I just kind of was thinking about what I was saying from a different angle, that's all. But yeah, I do agree with what you're saying. Let's try to harvest this thing before a cutscene starts.
Yeah. Oh, we got a bunch of new, like, coil thingies.
Oh, we should actually see about that, huh?
Yeah. It's gonna be in our crafting.
What do we got? Oh, okay, so this is our
9% resist melee attacks.
melee suit.
Yeah. This is ranged.
Currently 11% resist ranged versus 16. Nice.
Well, before you switch it out, yeah, like, do we want to keep stealth on this or just make it all pure ranged?
I mean, I don't feel like the stealth boost has really done anything for us.
Agreed. I think I only put that in there
So
at
we'll
the time
do
because it was the
more.
only one I had.
Yeah, probs. So, okay. So make it 25% range resist.
Nice. Yeah, systemic flaws affect us all in ways that you can't comprehend on a surface level. You have to, like, really understand all of the factors at play. Which is why it's such a hard conversation to have with most people, because most people aren't tuned in to the vast scope of a systemic issue. They're so ingrained in the personal, like, individual, what was it, the word you used just a little bit ago? You said it. Individual responsibility? Kind of viewpoint that most people have, that they think, oh, it's individuals' faults, when really it's a bigger thing, and they haven't, like, tuned into that. When I talk at you this way, can you hear me at all?
Yeah.
Okay, because I noticed that sometimes I'll say a thing to you, and I'm looking right at you, and you're doing a game thing, and you didn't hear it.
That's
And-
because most of the time when that's happening, it's during, like, really loud, a whole bunch of shit is happening
yeah.
right now in the
That's
game.
why I'm
And
like,
so,
I
like,
should
even if you were
focus on
right
the
up on the
mic.
mic like this, I probably wouldn't be able to hear you very well.
Okay, cool. Then I just need to realize when that's happening. Pardon? Oh, my name. Curious, Rhea. I know quite well how you hate capitalism, indeed, and I'm not in love with it, particularly of late, but I don't have a clear image of a better way. One that feels like it can actually happen, at least. Seriously Wrong podcast has been doing a lot of talks lately that I cannot summarize adequately, but they are making...
They have a notion
kinda...
that they've been developing for years that they refer to as library socialism.
Yeah. I love the idea of library socialism.
Yeah, I find it pretty compelling as well. Not that, like...
It wouldn't be a final solution, I don't think.
It wouldn't... Well, okay.
It's a big step.
Summary is... We already have a pretty wonderful... There. The screen is less noisy.
Hey, like, why'd you pause right the rain on my face?
She looks unhappy about it.
Yeah. Library socialism. Summary.
That blinking behind her.
Oh, that's gonna bug me. Can you turn it? Just turn away from it. Yeah. Now pause.
Oh, that's a much better pose, too.
Yeah, I like
she's all
that.
fascinated. The summary of the library socialism idea is, okay, so it's pretty strictly anti-authoritarian. It's definitely born out of the anarchist tradition. But it takes as its primary, it's like sort of central premise, is the idea that we've already actually got a pretty amazing kind of metaphor, but also framework for how non-private distribution can be handled in the way that lending libraries already exist in our current society. If we were to organize basically everything along those same lines, we'd already have like a pretty efficient and effective distribution system for whatever goods anyone needed anywhere. We've already got all of the physical infrastructure necessary to make that kind of distribution happen. And you could organize everything along those lines. It wouldn't necessarily be like you'd have a literal place, like, to take a kind of ridiculous exaggeration of an example, like a building that you would go to pick out a house among the available houses and then, like, put that on a truck and bring it wherever you wanted to bring it. Like, it's not exactly like that, but housing could be distributed in the same way that people, like, borrow books from a library or tools from a different kind of lending library. Those exist too. And you can kind of expand that out to most sectors of life. Like, right now we've got this notion of individual ownership and of private property beyond personal property. Like, there's that distinction to make, and socialists have to explain this to people with capitalist brain a lot. I don't say that to be insulting. That's most people, and completely understandably so. It is what we're raised in. It's what we've always lived in. It makes total sense that most of us do think like capitalists more often than not. just because that's the structure of our current society. But so when I say capitalist brain, I don't mean to sound disparaging. I'm saying you've got a brain shaped by the environment you've been raised in, and that environment has been capitalist above almost all else. Okay, cool, good. I'm glad. Yes, definitely. Well, private property versus personal property is the distinction we usually make. That's the terminology that we tend to use. But yeah, it's that same. It's almost a meme at this point, like the nobody's coming for your toothbrush kind of thing. But like the notion that like everybody on a block has to have their own snowblower because that's just what you do, you know, in the current system, when it doesn't make any sense. Like, not everybody needs to have a snowblower. Yeah. And if there's only one snowblower to go around across the whole block, well, I mean, if your whole entire fucking day isn't taken up by work and commute to and from work, is there some reason you couldn't just do that at some point throughout the day when one was free to use, or like one person could just handle it for everybody on the block and that could rotate daily or weekly or whatever? The thing is, there are endless possibilities for other ways to organize any particular bit of what are currently individual functions that could become social functions, and probably would actually be much more effective and more efficient if they were social functions instead of personal functions. Yeah. And if the method of distribution was organized along the same lines as what we currently conceptualize as your standard lending libraries, we could pretty we could pretty reasonably well see to most people's needs most of the time, and where there were particularly special needs, which will change depending on geography. That, you know, people in the desert Southwest have dramatically different needs from people in New England. Well, you know, the resources that need to get where they need to get can get there pretty easily if we've got, you know, a continent-wide network of resource distribution, which we do currently have. It's just the way that it's organized, both for distribution and production, are all about profit motive versus needs. If production was matched to needs, and then the logistics were worked out for what needs to get where, when, and why, well, I mean, we already have proven for the last century or two that we're very capable of producing ridiculously more of any given thing than we actually need. So if we actually scaled back production to meet our needs, plus a safety net of surplus, and then utilize the physical infrastructure we already have to get that stuff to the places it needs to be. Again, the infrastructure already exists. We can get stuff from one side of the planet to the other in a matter of like a few days or a couple of weeks at most, barring any supply line breakdowns like we're currently experiencing, where it takes stuff like 2 or 3 fucking months to get like from Vietnam to Los Angeles. But like, it's not about the boats actually making it from point A to point B. They're still doing it in the same time they ever have. It's just they're spending ridiculous amounts of time sitting in harbors because we don't have trucks, because on and on and on. And it's all this stuff that's like caused by breakdowns in the way that capitalism normally wants to function. But if we were only ever producing enough to meet our needs, plus enough to cover, you know, whatever, emergency situations or momentary short-term shortages or whatever.
Which will become more prevalent as climate change happens.
For sure.
We're going to have emergencies, like there's going to be hurricanes that are going to take out people and we'll need relief. That's going to take that surplus.
No, that's true, but how do you handle the reality of people not interested in keeping things working, particularly when it's not clear who caused the harm? I'm not sure what you mean. Can you elaborate? Or just ask kind of differently? Because
I think I understand the first sentence.
I thought I did too, but then the second one made me question it.
Well, until we get an answer, just in general, people who aren't interested in keeping things working still provide them food and shelter for their basic needs because we don't want anybody to suffer. But they don't, like, if they're not contributing to helping other people, they don't get, like, extra special things. Like, how did they describe it? Like, there's your basic needs, and then there's, like, going in, like, internet, for for example. Like, that would be accessible at public places. They could go and they could do that. They could still participate in society and live their life, but they're not going to be, like, punished for not helping. I can't remember exactly how they explained it.
I can't either.
They wouldn't have
it
access
doesn't really matter.
to more than their needs.
That's, like, the consensus among, like, the broader school of anarchist thought is, like, everyone has basic needs. And as long as people have those basic needs, those people deserve to have those needs met by society at large. If you're asking, how do we handle the reality of people not interested in keeping things working? If you're saying, like, the people who are not willing to go do their few hours that day, you know, in the community garden or whatever, I would have to ask, how certain are we that that would be a large enough problem that we would need to think of, figure out a way to handle it? Because my contention is people generally are willing to do things that are beneficial to other people if they can see that benefit and if they can understand that they're contributing to their own well-being as well as that of others. We see people being what you might call, whatever, negligent or lazy or whatever now, and I don't think that's a result of humans being ones who don't like to do stuff. I think that's a result of... go check up on Marx's definitions of alienation. I think he had that pretty well fucking spot on. Say, for example, damage happens and it's not clear who caused it. Like someone who makes local parts or something dumping toxins out of convenience in secret. What would be the incentive to do that? I guess. Because, like, if there's no benefit for you in doing that because there's no profit motive...
Yeah.
Like, that's a lot of where we end up with, like, environmental intoxication now is got to do with companies not wanting to abide by environmental regulations because they can save money by not paying attention to environmental regulations. It's not a result of people being, like, just irritable or lazy. It's a result of companies having a need to keep their bottom line above a certain margin point, and they can save money by not abiding by those regulations or taking the extra steps necessary to make sure that those things are disposed of in, you know, an environmentally sound way.
Yeah, because in a society where it's not profit motive driven, people are going to be working in roles that they're passionate about. They want to do the things and they want to do them the best they can. So there's not going to be a person that's like going to skimp and do things the cheap way because there's no cheap way to do anything. You're there to do your job that you want to do. Like, I'd rather have a doctor, a surgeon, like for my arm, that actually cared and was, you know, spent their life studying because they wanted to help somebody and wasn't impeded by, you know, student loan debt and all the other stuff that comes with, like, you know, being on Big Pharma's side, making sure they get their cut. So let me just sell you these opioids that you don't really need, but I know you'll get hooked. So, yeah. Like, in a society we're thinking of, you wouldn't really see any dumping toxins because a person in that role wouldn't want that to happen. They'd be like, that's bad. I'm here to do this the right way.
Rude, yeah, definitely. I've seen it too. Anybody has. But you've got to ask, what's the motivation for that? Like, there's, I think, a deeper thing happening there where people don't particularly care about the environment or the particular local environment. Not necessarily to say, like, in the larger environmentalist sense, but, like, whether a sidewalk has some clutter on it or not is nobody's individual responsibility. They don't, like, feel like they need to give a fuck because as far as they can tell, they're looking around and seeing a whole bunch of other people not giving a fuck. Well, that apathy is born out of several things. One, again, the aforementioned alienation. Two, that perception of a whole bunch of other people doing it and nobody else really caring. Three, the lack of social accountability. Social accountability is one of the biggest motivating factors that exist for human psychology. And we don't have it in that direction currently, but think of the ways we do have it. People who are jobless for a long time feel shame. I already did, just a second ago. Thank you, but I'm trying to keep on top of it. The thing is, if we don't have some like controller input every now and then, PlayStation Network will assume we're just doing nothing, and it will actually cancel our stream. It'll shut us down. So I'm like doing this thing every now and then. You'll see the the menu jiggle, and it's because I'm making sure that we're staying on live. Rhiannon was just reminding me of that, but I've been keeping it in mind. But anyway, so we still see like social accountability enacted in certain ways, but mostly the ways that we see social accountability enacted or practiced in our current society come down to whether or not, if you really trace it back to its roots, because most of the time it's about employment, it's about work, it's about productivity. What's it really about? Your social utility, or how much you could be doing but aren't currently doing to generate profits for someone else?
Yeah.
That's the direction that social accountability is taken. It doesn't have to. If we were instead to put a focus on actual social responsibility, the responsibility that you practice, that you enact toward your local environs, to your fellow humans in your local community, if people were called out, and it doesn't need to be cruel, it doesn't need to be punitive, it just needs to be direct and clear and specific. If a person is doing a thing that is not pro-social, but rather anti-social, that shit should be made real. It should be made public. But the thing is, it shouldn't be about shame. It will happen with the threat of ostracization if a person proves to be uncaring enough.
If they're causing
and as
harm.
well they should. If they are causing harm and they're made aware of the ways that they're causing harm, and they continue to do so anyway. And we do everything we can as a community to get them whatever help they may need to alleviate that situation.
Yeah.
Help them with whatever it is they clearly need help with, to make them stop feeling that that's the best way for them to be.
Mm-hmm.
And they continue to do so. Well, what exactly are they doing that makes them eligible for the goods and the care that the rest of us can take for granted, knowing we're doing our part, even if our part is relatively diminutive versus those of some other people? The point is to understand that contribution needs to be voluntary. And if you can understand that doing your part means that you yourself are also well taken care of, that you will have your needs met because everybody else cares for you at least as much as you care for them. And that's a social thing. It's a systemic thing. It's an environmental thing, that if those stimuli are changed, the ways people think change.
Yeah. And then you start having families teaching their children these same ways of living, and it becomes a generational thing and passed on, and then that just always is how it is.
Mm-hmm. And Rune, you're right. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong. That's absolutely true. And this is why, okay, something you'll definitely hear from leftists in general, but especially anarchists, is there is no end game here. So there's always devil's advocating to do, because we understand there's no such thing as a perfect society. That's why a lot of us, you'll hear, when, especially if you started to get like really granular with your, well, how would this work? How would that work? Kind of things. Like, we might try our best to say, well, a potential way for that kind of specific situation to be handled might be this, and it might give their own, best reasoned proposition. But if they even go that far, the very next thing they'll say is, but you need to understand that every situation is different, and every region has its own, every demography has its own, every particular specificity or granularity has got its own special set of circumstances. And so, like, exactly the same scenario might be handled dramatically different ways depending on just where you are in the country or the land at that point. Like, at that point, there's no notion of a country, I guess. But, like, that really the true answer to any of those questions is, how would it be handled is the way that makes the most sense to those people in that time, in their particular scenario. Mm-hmm. We can't get prescriptivist about this Because there is no one prescription for how this can work across the board. It's got to be adaptive. It's got to be different in every place because every place has its own means and its own needs.
Mm-hmm.
And the people in that place and time also have their own means and their own needs.
Yeah. If anything, prescripting a blanket sweep catch-all is very reductive and harmful and causes more problems.
It definitely has the potential to, yeah. Very important to move away from a piece of a machine to being able to see ourselves as a part of our world and impact in our lives, regardless of how small. One thing I'd love to see if the funding around the world for experimental societal policies based on variables. This can be done virtually first and then be moved to regions manned by volunteers.
Yeah, like using VR chat and other scapes that are social virtual spaces. That could be something utilized as a tool to say, hey, yeah, this can work. Is that what you're saying? Or as an example? Also, what's that on your finger, Melif? Are you okay?
Oh, that's from where I burned myself in the oven rack the other day.
Oh, that's right. You did say that, and I didn't see.
There's that one there, and I've got one around here somewhere.
This one's worse. Let me...
It's not. It's ugly looking, but it's not bad. That's why I'm picking at it. It's like not particularly painful. It's just kind of scabby, and I'm like, get rid of the dead skin. Get rid of it.
Yeah. Wait for it to come off on its own, otherwise you could rip the skin open anew.
No, it won't. It's a burn, not a cut.
Okay.
I've had enough burns to know.
Yeah.
Simple reality of technology-powered production and automation is that economies are becoming increasingly non-intrinsic. Money is more a concept than it's ever been. Yes,
yeah,
that's very fucking true.
It only has the power we assign to it.
Mm-hmm. And that's a small degree of hope that I actually find is that the experience of living through the pandemic, I think, or at least very much hope, has awakened a lot of people to the reality of our current situation, which is why bullshit liberal mainstream news has given a name to this whole phenomenon, the Great Resignation, as if like it's anything surprising when through the first few months of the pandemic in the US what we saw was fucking confidence in currency plummet, and then the stock market took a giant fucking crash. The government was waffling back and forth on whether or not it was like okay to help people during this whole fucking thing. Stock market crashed. They injected $2 trillion into it one morning, and by the end of the fucking day it was back down to where it started. Money is made up. It's completely fabricated, and Thought Slime I think said it, but I love the point, like that so superlatively demonstrated was that the government just has whatever amount of money it says it has.
Yeah.
In the same way, it's been really common for the last like year and a half, 2 years for people to say like, it's weird how often somebody brings up universal health care and then the response is, well, how are you going to pay for it? But like nobody ever asks how you're going to pay for the next war. We come up with a new war and everybody's like, yeah, well, fuck, that's necessary. We just got to do that with absolutely no thought whatsoever given to how ridiculously expensive it is to do war.
Yeah. War is a racket. If you'd like to read something, Rune, it's 52 small pages.
Very, very, very short read. It's not a book. It's a pamphlet by Major General Smedley Butler.
Mm-hmm.
Title is War is a Racket. It was written a century ago.
It's funny.
Not a century ago. I think it was written in like the
I was going to say much sooner. It's funny because when I was in high school...
But he was doing the stuff he was writing about in that book a century ago.
Yeah, and what's funny is when I was in high school in Marine Corps JRTC, he was one of the famous Marines we learned about. And then I find he wrote
none of the most significant stuff, I bet.
No, it was like...
Not War is a Racket. Not the fucking business plot. I bet you didn't hear a word about that.
Nope. I don't even remember what we learned. It was some like tiny 2-sentence thing of his accomplishments in war.
One of the most decorated Marines that ever existed.
Yeah, yeah.
And a devoted socialist. Not always a good guy. It had some real rough shit in his history, but still, at the end of the day, a glass needs to be raised to Major General Butler.
Mm-hmm.
For actually being one of the few people who could say and mean that he held in his own personal hands the responsibility for keeping America from becoming intentionally fascist by way of a fucking corporate coup.
Mm-hmm.
And by God, he did it. To answer Rhea, no, I'm not really referring to the micro-environment seen on VR chat, but more along the lines of MMO combined with sim, where the game's purpose and score, much like society, is encouraged off the system shown.
Ah, okay. Thank you for clarifying that for me. And yeah, I would love to see something like that, like to see how well it could do. Like, it still wouldn't be the real thing, but if you could simulate close enough.
Another major problem on that with politics of war funding versus civil aid is that, especially here in the States, the army and military is the most reliable and visible way out of poverty.
Mm-hmm.
True. And, well,
it's designed that way.
It's also presented that way. It doesn't actually work that way. We need to be clear about that.
Mm-hmm. Not everybody gets that cut.
Almost no one does.
Mm-hmm.
And many poor people have no concept of scale with funds. True. Heard exceedingly heated arguments about raising education funds by a handful of millions because it's so much, when I'm sitting there like, isn't that less than pennies out of $100 bill compared to the budget? Fucking yes.
Yes.
It super fucking is. It's one of the major goddamn problems that we only ever think about things in terms of budgetary constraints when it comes to civil aid, when it comes to things that would actually help the people, any of the people, doesn't matter who, how many, like most of us. If it's something that would be a social good, if it's something that would in any way, in any fucking way, deconsolidate power, it's always talk about the budget. It's always talk about how expensive it would be. It's always talk about how prohibitively expensive it would be. What, do you want to just hand out a living to people? It becomes both a budget issue and a moral issue. They attack it from both angles and it fucking wins every single time. Every time without fucking fail. Mm-hmm. When it comes to in any official government coverage or unofficial government coverage by way of fucking corporate-owned media, we start to talk about aggressions out of certain other countries' governments or para-government or extra-government entities, terrorist cells, etc. Any justification is good enough to go do raids and bombings and so on and so on and so on. It never ever comes down to how much it costs. We do not talk about that. It's never even asked the question of like, whoa, wait, war with Iran? Like, whoa, how are you going to pay for that? No, because we just see it as being like morally and ethically necessary to stop Iran from what exactly? From being one of the few countries with the kind of history that gives it political leverage over the U.S., which makes it one of the few powers in the world that can do that, even though they're not like militarily as powerful as us or as anybody else, but like they've got a history of not taking shit from the U.S. Mm-hmm. And just because the perception exists, we think of Iran as a threat, even though Iran has exactly 0% chance of ever causing any kind of material harm to the U.S. as an entity or to its people as individuals.
Yeah.
It's fucked.
Yeah.
It's completely fucked. I think we were playing video games. Not to detract. Let's continue this. I'm not saying
if you got more to say, throw it at us, for sure.
I just now remembered there was probably a cutscene about to happen, and I thought I would go do it.
Yeah.
But not trying to, what's the word?
Detract? Or...
Distract.
Distract?
Actually.
Okay.
Not trying to hand wave. Not trying to be all like, oh, this is uncomfortable. Let's go do something else. Like, no, I love this shit.
Mm-hmm.
And but I also remembered this, so.
Yeah, and then for me, like, I want to contribute to the conversation where I can, but sometimes you talk so fast that by the time I formulated what I wanted to say about a thing, like, I'm like, oh, I could add to that point. You're 2 steps ahead, and I'm like, oh, it's not relevant anymore.
I do have many words. It's true.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to say that's a bad thing that you speak too fast. I love it. I love listening to you, and you usually end up saying the thing I was thinking about saying anyway. So, so whether or not I said it isn't the point. It's that it's said. That's something I've always held high. It's not a matter about who does it. It matters that it
I feel
gets
that way
done.
too a lot. Like if somebody else is going on in exactly the same way that I often do, and I feel like this like momentary like gigantic chest swell of need to say thing, and point must be made, and it like I'm not that concerned about whether or not I'm the one making it, but somebody's got to fucking say it, and I, as far as I can tell, I'm the only one thinking it, and then like the person who's going on and on gets around to it, I'm like, oh,
yeah, okay,
oh, good. Well, at least it was addressed.
Yeah,
nice.
Yeah.
Also, Rhiannon, to clarify more, the virtual simulation is more to test out the initial errors and troubleshoot. With IRL regional experiments done with volunteers, the more idealistic systems can be viably tried with self-evident. City isn't the word I want. Self-sufficient city isn't the word I want. Complexes where power, food, resources, and construction can be done, and more importantly, evolve with the technology provided.
Like, I wonder, though, like, at that point, to create such an advanced thing, like, I don't know if we have the ability to do that now, but all the efforts and resources towards making that kind of a sim probably would have been better just to start talking about, like, I feel like sims don't always need to be answered, because if you just talk to other people and you get together in good faith conversation and you say, let's work this out, then it gets worked out. You don't need to simulate it, you plan it together. So I don't know, but if you could do both, or if the technology is there and you can get it done, and that just adds more backing to your what you bring to the table once that conversation does happen with the community, that you can say, hey, we tested this in Sims and look what we got. Like, whatever works best.
If the societal experiment is successful, then it's not a matter of morals or cooperation, but resources, which simplifies it a lot.
I think we don't even really have a problem with the resources now. Like, everyone thinks that it's like, oh, well, there's not enough to go around, but it's like, yeah, there is. Again, we throw away food.
We just
tons and tons of food every day.
I addressed that earlier with the notion of the kind of overproduction that happens in our current system that's completely unnecessary.
And the social stuff is tied into the systemic culture and environment that breeds the type of social... The environment breeds the social, breeds the environment, and it's kind of a cycle thing. And I think there's a third word I'm looking for, or a different word for one of those words, but if we think, oh, people won't do it because it's not something they socially would do.
The material conditions breed the mentality.
Yeah.
Mentality perpetuates material conditions, which
so if we were to use
mentality.
An MMO simulator type thing to work that out, you would probably still get a negative effect, because the people that are playing the game, unless the environment and system in the game is for what we are achieving. But then we would have already had to have that talk, and we would have already agreed that that's the best thing, so why simulate it? I feel like there's something there to still be more said, but I mean, still it's a great idea. I'm not like saying throw it out the window or whatever, but...
My experience with people doesn't really lead to that kind of cooperation once you get past a certain number. Human cooperation, well, I'm pessimistic with it.
Yeah, like, personal experience, though, doesn't dictate everyone's personal experience.
It's very much... Okay, that's understandable, but it's also important that you understand that you are relying on your own personal experience and observation, which may have been flawed or incomplete. You have to take into account the whole entirety of human history, and that if we weren't inherently cooperative, inherently a social species, we couldn't have got to this point to begin with.
Yeah.
Mostly it's the system we live under that's exploited our innate survival mechanisms, that's made us antisocial, that's made us uncooperative, that's made us artificially competitive.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a personal issue. It's a systemic one, just like most things.
Yeah.
Which is obnoxious, I know. To keep hearing that over and over again as an explanation for all the wrongs of the world, but like, motherfuck, it's true. It's just so everything is traceable to that.
Yeah.
You start to sound like, if you're not careful with your language anyway, you start to sound like a bit of a conspiracy nut job when they're like, yep, capitalism is the thing, but god damn it, it almost always is.
Yeah.
At the root of all the worst things that we deal with. It's uncanny how much. Mm-hmm. But it is like the dominant system in the world. It rules almost everything.
And it's not just the only thing, like authoritarian, the word's hard.
Authoritarianism.
Yeah,
but,
there we go.
Yeah, which is in a lot of ways necessitated by
it fuels
our
each
current
other.
State of late stage capitalism.
Like, if you got rid of capitalism, there still would be people that feel like they need to have
with
power over others.
Authoritarian mindsets.
Yeah, and so we would
But born out of the environment,
mm-hmm.
not necessarily like out of like personal ambition.
Well, even then, you've got like
or malfunction.
People who want to be a leader. Like, why? Why not be a cohort?
Why is
like,
because they've been incentivized to feel that way, and it's been proven to them time and time again that exhibiting those characteristics tends to maintain their own security better than not doing it. But
mm-hmm.
if again we had a society where social responsibility was taken seriously, and it was just, an inborn part of us because of the way that the system works and the way that we're raised, that kind of ambition, not to say that it would be like completely eliminated, because people who have leadership positions because of knowledge or expertise or lived experience or whatever would still probably hold a pretty high place of respect in society. But we need to understand that it's possible and necessary to decouple that social respectability from any notion of command and control structure power.
Yes, because even the most like highly acclaimed, peer-reviewed expert in a scientific field shouldn't dictate the lives of others with their expertise.
Yes.
Like, they should be the one we go to say, hey, what is this, and explain it to us and make sure it's being done right because you're the expert. But we don't put our literal lives in their hands to say, now implement it and tell us what to do. Like, no, give us the knowledge and share it, and we consult you, but you're not our leader. You're not our overlord. You're not our whatever.
Not a commander. You don't actually have the right to order people. You don't have control over other people's lives. You're an authority in the way that you're an expert. You're not an authority in the way that you have power.
Yeah.
Authority in its two distinct definitions in that use case.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Oh gosh, yeah. That was loud. I think there was a message before this one. You gotta scroll up a little bit more.
I will.
Okay. After, you want me to do it since you're recording?
Yeah, please.
Come on, mouse, do what I want to do.
Just gotta wiggle it a little.
Okay.
It goes to sleep.
Pessimistic with it. This one, yeah.
Which is why when you can establish proof of concept with the experiment, you create a platform to convince and spread the idea.
Yeah, for that.
I feel like you're pitching things to people who are already in power versus encouraging people who have the capacity to take power for themselves. And when I say people, I mean the people, as in most of us.
I think the best way to spread an idea is to empower people. Like, literally say, hey, we're all on the same level.
To educate them. And get them on the same fucking page, and then understand that cooperative action is a thing that can get results if only we can understand that that's true and how to do it.
Yeah, because even if you spread an idea, no matter how great the end result of that idea is, if you give that to a person in this current system, they go, well, what am I going to do to change it? And then they move on. They say, that's such a great idea. I'm glad it could work. I hope someone else makes it happen. Because I'm just a cog.
See, that's why you have to practically apply it to their personal circumstances and the things that they could actually have the power to change, which is why there's a segment. It's not as rich as it used to be. It used to be a lot stronger. It used to be a hell of a lot stronger. But there's a segment of anarchist thought called syndicalism that their entire notion was revolution could be born of essentially trade unionism. radical politics within the workplace, of every workplace being federated by union bodies. And that if we were to, all of us, be part of radical labor unions, then we would always have the mass movements and the solidarity necessary to get what we need done, and that no capitalist could ever stand up against that kind of force, because we're already in solidarity with each other. We're already the force to be reckoned with.
Yeah.
If they don't do what's necessary, what's right by us, we just don't fucking give them our labor. We just stop working. And because the labor presence is so strong, because unions are strong, it's not the kind of pie-in-the-sky pipe dream sort of idea as a general strike is currently, even though that would be the most powerful means we as the people currently have at our disposal to make change. We couldn't do it, practically. A general strike is off the fucking table because we do not have the labor presence necessary to make that possible, because we need strike funds, because everything relies on having money. And labor in this country is fucking dead. We don't have strong union representation. We don't have labor presence. If we did, things could be dramatically different. But to strike, you need money. Straight up. That's why you pay union dues. Yeah. When it comes time to strike, you don't have to go without fucking paychecks, because you've been setting aside a portion of your money. Now, the fucking conservatives in the audience want to paint union dues as basically you paying for the privilege of being able to work, which is why they call laws that specifically disempower union activity right to work laws. You don't have to pay somebody for the right to work. You just have it guaranteed by law. Well, what you're getting by that kind of law is the right not to be represented and have power in negotiations with your fucking boss. Mm-hmm.
We're working on reading the next one.
Okay, in order, it would be 1, working on a viable idea for an improved system. 2, working out the theoretical issues involved and trying to remove own biases. 3, form the initial experiment to be done via multiple virtual trials. 4, collect data and troubleshoot issues and correct till a consistently improved system forms. 5, try it IRL volunteers. And funding. Well, what happens when an individual's refusal causes harm to others? Return in a puff of magical leaves. I return.
Hi,
Welcome back, Cosmic.
We've been on a rant. A good rant.
There should be a there. Well.
Yes, a lot has happened. We're trying to catch up on the messages. Oh, Dream Chaser. What's that? Oh. The Haunting of Room 441, the Plaza Hotel in Chicago. And
that sounds rad.
Ah, it does. I love horror. Everything. Give me the horror. Based on roleplay. Love it. Nice. Cool. Feel free to always tell us more about that, Cosmics. That piques my interest. I wanted to say to the one about individuals that cause harm. Mm-hmm. Like, what are we going to do with those people? Keep them away from society in a humane way, like still provide them a safe place to sleep and food, but make sure they can't harm others. Like, you don't want somebody who's like, I just want to murder people. But those people are few and far between, you know? Like, in a society that is systemically changed to provide everyone's needs, it's not going to foster an environment that allows those kind of behaviors to become normalized in a person, you know?
Yeah,
like,
one would certainly hope.
So then you're bolstering your numbers towards being able to fight back any opposing forces that are like, I just want to fuck people up. Well, get out of here, you rapist, genocidal monster. We're going to push you out of our community.
But the vaccination controversy is built on the back of a false skepticism promoted by a very particular sector of media influence.
Yeah, all anti-vaxxers come from this one guy who I hate thoroughly, and I can't even think of his name right now.
Doesn't fucking matter.
Doesn't, yeah.
His name doesn't matter, his actions matter.
Yeah, and he wanted to make profits, and he worked in medicine, and he wanted to sell his vaccine, and then started telling people how these other vaccines can cause autism. So that totally boils my blood.
To bring autistic people into it,
Yeah,
wasn't even fucking necessary. But
dehumanizing autistic folk for the sake of profits, which then led people to start to believe that all vaccines were wrong. And now we have the situation in a motherfucking pandemic where people still believe that the vaccines are going to harm them, when in fact them choosing not to take it harms us all. And it all boils down to that one motherfucker.
And it's like you were saying earlier, ruined with your mother and stuff, was she was doing the best she could with the information she had. They're wrong. They're completely fucking wrong. But people who are anti-vaxxers because they have a fucking massive dearth of good information. They're working with what they've got and have come to completely wrong conclusions about things because of what? A lack of information, a lack of education. Some of them are idiots, yeah. Most of them are not. Most of them are completely normal, everyday people who have been dramatically misinformed very successfully.
Yeah.
So, they're not doing it to be contrarians, and they're not doing it to cause harm. They're doing it because they think they're doing what's right for themselves and for others. That kind of misinformation definitely needs to be dealt with. That needs to be educated away. But people refusing to get vaccinated, that's not them having an antisocial sensibility. That's them thinking that they're being lied to about how vaccines work and not taking it for fear of negative consequences for them and for others.
Yeah. And how you're saying, a matter of regarding the impact of right of personal choice harming beyond the individual. The moment that their choice harms somebody else, it's not individual anymore. It literally includes another. So that's not an individual choice for them to make.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, out of ignorance and no way out because they have no access to knowledge. Can't blame them, but I trust science to a certain level. Yeah, and there's been plenty of instances in history, especially with minority groups, that were harmed in the name of science. And so there is a distrust to have for some people because of experiences they've had or their ancestors had.
Because there's a long history of performing completely uninformed and non-consensual fucking literal medical experimentation on entire populations of people.
Mm-hmm.
In, for instance, fucking Puerto Rico. And in native populations, in fucking reservations. We have a long history. When I say we, I mean goddamn white people. Of just fucking with people in really, really unethical ways. Scientific reasoning was used to justify eugenics. Still is, to this day.
Yeah. Think of autistic folk. We're still dehumanized. We're still told, oh, we're going to find a way to make sure people like you aren't born. Why? Why do you want to erase me? Why do you want to literally murder people like me before we even have a chance to exist? It's screwed up.
That's why I was clarifying with your earlier comment, highlighting the sanctity of personal freedom over expertise.
Okay. Yeah, sorry if I misinterpreted what you read because, text delay and I'm not good at comprehension, so sometimes I miss pieces when I read people's things. Yeah, Cosmics, it's okay to be wary and wait and see, reports, especially with something that came out so quickly because of out of necessity.
It didn't come out quickly.
It didn't?
No, it fucking didn't. I'm sick of hearing that.
I'm sorry. I mean, maybe I use that in a more general way than I should have then, because wouldn't something like that normally take a little... You would want to have longer trials.
It did. It took, a decade and a half to come out.
For the
Every
corona-
last bit of the technology that the coronavirus vaccine was built on was in testing for like many years. Was in clinical trials in
Oh, for previous strains of different types and things like that. Is that what you're saying?
of mRNA vaccination.
Okay.
The fact that the technology already existed by the time COVID came around doesn't mean that, like, just because we managed to produce a vaccine within a year of the thing appearing in the general population, it didn't happen quickly. It was the result of a bunch of years worth of work and research.
Okay, well,
It just happened that we were already equipped with the knowledge necessary to produce a vaccine for that particular kind of virus.
yeah, then that's
But that work had already
misinformation on my
been
part. I'm
happening
sorry.
for a really, really long time. And it's one of the major misinformation pieces that has been spread propagandistically by people with horrible fucking interests. People say, oh, it just happened so fast. No, it fucking didn't. It was born on the backs of years and years worth of work. Very important work and very important, in-depth, highly tested research and implementation. We were lucky enough that that work had already been done by the time this virus cropped up, that we went, oh, well, this is a spiky boy. We know how to make those things look like other things. And yeah, the whole point of doing mRNA vaccination research was exactly so that we could be prepared in the case of this particular kind of virus cropping up in a pandemic scenario.
Yeah. Okay. Then that's just something I didn't know, and I'm glad I know it now.
Apparently, a lot of other people are in the same fucking boat.
Yeah, so that just makes more towards the point of we need access to knowledge, and then people wouldn't make these kind of mistakes. They wouldn't have these kind of views. We wouldn't have anti-vaxxers. Yeah, because I know I definitely knew that it was born from a family that we already knew that wasn't new. Yeah. We are in a globalized society. Like, we have flights connecting you to the other side of the world in a day or less, you know?
Well,
That's...
more than that, global supply chains.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, the dirty secret of all such disease research, generative research. Super scary shit.
Mm-hmm.
Enact the old stories. Another metal devil struck down upon the slopes. You saved the tribe. Did what no brave or war chief could do.
I'm glad to see you're all right, Varl. You are all right.
Since the proving. So much death. Is the killing over?
For now, but this was just one battle, Varl. There are more to come.
I see. So long as we have you to fight with us, I suppose we'll make do.
Oh, Cosmix, I wish you'd been here for the whole thing. It was rad and fun.
Yeah. Much easier to fight in an open space than in confined spaces like that one night.
Last night.
Yeah. What is time? I don't know.
I brought up eugenics.
No, it's okay. I get emotional over those things that and it's not... Hold on, words are hard. It wasn't that it was brought up by a person and I'm not upset at a person. It's just that it exists and that nothing has changed, and so I get emotional. But I thank you for your consideration of my feelings. Like, definitely, thank you for the head pat. We'll just type it in my other stream later. So it counts for each the grid. I don't know what I'm trying to say other than thank you for caring about my feelings and that it's not on you. I learned that phrase from Russian Doll. Which I like. I like that show. If you want to watch a cool show, watch Russian Doll.
How many survived the attack?
Nearly all the matriarchs, and many families, goddess be praised. The braves, just a few, and most of them are wounded. Never before has an enemy stabbed the heart of our people like this. Even the Karja, in all their red raids, never broke through to the embrace.
Well, this enemy may have broken through, but they never got back out. We made sure of that. Tell me about the attack. What happened?
They struck from the east. Our sentinels saw the killers coming. Said that beside them marched Deathbringers and Corruptors and other machines, driven mad. We took ground, met them with clouds of arrows. Some fell, but they kept coming. Finally, we withdrew to the gates of the Embrace to make our stand. But they were too much for us. Those who survived fell back to the mountain.
So the survivors took shelter in the mountain? By law, only matriarchs are allowed inside.
It was Tirsa who broke the taboo. Ordered the tribe into the mountain for safety.
Of course it was.
Yeah, we like
She didn't agree. But I don't think anyone heard her over all the screams and shouting.
Is she the one who died? Because that would be fine.
Good for her. Common sense isn't always so common around here. Are your injuries serious?
Bruises pale. Bones heal.
Don't give me a hunting song, Varl. Are you okay?
My body aches, but it's nothing that will keep me from fighting.
That's still not an answer, but you're standing, so.
I need to go inside the mountain.
The matriarchs will be eager to see you.
I'm sure.
2 of 3 of
But
them
I
will.
didn't come here for that.
Then, what for?
You will see.
Oh yeah, they're gonna be all like OMG when you get in there and do what you're about to do. Y'all, this is a moment. Wait, did it say bunker discovered Allmother? Because we totally went in here at least once before, right? We've checked out the side rooms.
Yeah, we've been all throughout this place.
Yeah, that's wrong of you
Except
to
for
say.
inside the big door.
Which we're gonna go do now.
Aloy! Oh, you've
Ted.
returned.
Tab!
Teb?
He's on the bed there?
Oh, yeah. My dude. Sup?
I'm glad to see you.
Same, bud.
Your injuries. Are they serious?
A gash or two. Nothing I couldn't sew back together with a needle and thread.
Love your Moxie kid.
Guess being a stitcher came in handy in combat after all, huh?
Yes, I suppose it did.
See you later, Tebs.
Feel better, my guy.
Adrenaline. Hell of a drug. Yeah.
Aloy,
Serotonin's
come back.
nice too.
the
Or
seeker
Oxytocin.
has returned. Come, speak to us. So, you have finally returned.
She not only returned,
Fuck off, Lansra.
but fought her way through many enemies to reach us. Outside, she brought low a corrupted Thunderjaw. She lifted the siege.
How was this done? By the will of All-Mother.
Nope, by being awesome.
Have you returned to speak with the goddess, Aloy?
Yes, I guess you could say that.
Nice.
Sisters, surely we cannot permit this.
Shut up, Lansra.
Just go sit down. Go in the corner.
Upon extinction. What if she has come to wake her father, the Metal Devil? She means to finish our destruction. We must stop her.
The Christopher and me wants that
Ignore
one,
them.
but
Lansra, it's over. It's time to step aside. I'm not gonna hurt you. If there's anything I've learned since the Proving, it's that there are bigger evils in this world than you.
Words. Whoa.
Finally.
Hold for identiscan.
Everyone's like, oh,
Hear all the murmuring.
yeah.
Error. Alpha registry corrupted. Correction. Alpha registry restored.
Yay!
Genetic identity confirmed. Entry authorized. Greetings, Dr. Soka. You are cleared to proceed.
Whisper, whisper. That smile. Like, yeah, they're impressed.
I see you're inside.
We are. We're so inside.
Hearing from you.
Shall we begin?
I never stopped.
Ah.
Stuff of purple. What?
Stuff of purple.
Whoa, what is that? Some sort of stranded figure.
So this is Aletheia.
Oh, did you see the paintings on the wall?
This is where I was born.
Where you were made.
These tell a story.
Ah.
You okay?
Yeah.
So these are... So this was it?
Where you were born.
But why?
Ectogenic chamber B1001. Birthing logged 3021 AP04. Tasking numbers complete. Stand. Spawning phase tasking complete. Correction. Partial reactivation. Standing by. Alert. Viable zygotes in storage. 1.
0.
0. Close brackets. Not 1.
It's a little fox. Robot doing something to people. They are sad.
That looks like corruption to me.
Yeah.
Is that Hades?
Oh, you're right. That's probably Hades, because, like...
Corrupting all the other subroutines?
No, because those look like people. Probably just bringing death to them.
I mean, that looks like some manner of a person.
And that's probably Gaia. Protecting them, bringing life and stuff.
Yeah.
These look like cribs.
The cradles of a cradle facility.
And those things, the multi-servitors, they took care of them.
There was no one else.
Nursery E981. Nurture phase tasking complete. Nutrient stores depleted.
Oh, like a little playground.
This reminds you of Dead Space 2.
Oh gosh. Exploding babies.
Horrible
Oh, gosh.
baby demons.
Yeah. Dead Space really knows how to.
That's on
shoot
super sale on Steam right now. I thought about picking it up.
How much is it?
I think it was like $5 or $6.
Yeah, $5 is like we could take a little food fund from that. For that. Oh, but then
Well,
when do we stop?
I've still got like
doing that?
$4.70
Oh,
in my wallet because of inventory sales.
that's right, and I have I think some too. Can I transfer that to you and then you could get it?
Nah.
Dang.
Only 8 away from what?
I too am curious. I'm trying to think of what it would be in relation to if we were talking about Dead Space and then.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, true.
Nice. You got.
We are actually a gnat's fucking eyelash away from affiliate. We've got all the other metrics. We just need the 50 followers, and
That just comes with time.
we can start getting some cheers.
And I can make emotes for our
I really
channel.
hate having to think that way, but like, I mean, if this is something we mean to make a living on the back of, on top of our other like creative and artistic endeavors, we gotta meet the metrics. We gotta appease the system.
Yeah, like still direct everyone to the Ko-fi. Like,
Yeah, I would
give them that
definitely
option.
prefer that people like support us as directly as possible, and Ko-fi is one of the best ways to do that.
Mhm. But those for like the extra stuff.
If for whatever reason you like doing it via Twitch, cool. We're not going to turn it down. We're not going to like shit on you for choosing to throw bits at us instead of, actual dollars or whatever. Like, it's fine. But we do want to make that clear. Like, if you want to support us more than you want to get yourself recognized, well, our chatbot drops in a link to our Ko-fi, like, every 20 minutes or something. If you're actually in this to help other people out,
Yeah, but then also think of the
Fucking
people
Ko-fi.
that are like, I do Ko-fi and I just want to do sparkly bits. Like, that's cool
which
too.
is fine. Again, I don't
And the
I don't want to
emotes,
disparage
yeah.
anybody that wants to support in any way they feel they can. I just want to make it clear and known that if your goal is to help us more than it is to highlight yourself,
Do what Streamlabs bot says.
yeah. Ko-fi is much, much better for us than Twitch is, because here's the thing. If you yourself are not a Twitch affiliate or higher, you may not know, but Twitch takes half of everything. You give us $1, we get 50 cents. You give us $250, we get $125. If you actually want that $250 to go to us, fucking Ko-fi. It's a whole ass PayPal thing, and they'll take their cut too, but it's a tiny cut in comparison.
Yeah.
If you give us $250 on Twitch, we get $125. If you give us $250 via Ko-fi, we get like $245.
Yeah. Very
I'm
much
just
so.
saying, like, if you're actually in this to help us out, if you want to support us so that we can keep doing something that you enjoy watching and participating in, you're here for the fun of cool ass video games, and also hopefully at least occasionally here for the fun of hearing us go deep into
Yeah.
social political theory.
I love it.
You know,
I'm here for it.
just saying.
Also, I do want to hear about, speaking of sparkly bits, because I love sparkly things. And then your message I cut above here where I can't see because I have to scroll up, but it said something about setting up your Ko-fi so that way you could show it on your stream for people to get recognized. It's really easy. Once you set up Ko-fi, there'll be like a little URL thing that you just copy and paste into your streaming software, just like you would any overlay type thing. And it's really cool. It has a little pop-up thing that alerts, and you can change the color of it. Mine's green because elf. But it's pretty straightforward, so you'll be all good. Bits are better, not by that fucking much, 70 to 80%. Yeah, so they're still taking a pretty decent cut. Even if I get 80%, that's still 20% that's not going to me, that somebody who donated that thought was all going to me.
Yeah.
You know? And Twitch, owned by Amazon, already has so much money. Why do they gotta take literally half of creators' money, you know? Like...
And because here's the thing. Just like with all online platforms... You know what? Okay, I was about to posit something as if it was fact. I should do my research and make sure it's fact, but I do feel comfortable enough saying it's probably true. That most of Twitch's expenses are probably covered by fucking advertising.
Mm-hmm.
That they're taking 50% of everything you make on their platform is just icing on the fucking cake.
Yeah. Just because they can, and we're not fighting against. That's why I really, really keep saying I want to look into a streamer union. Like, somebody mentioned the other day about, and I think it's something you mentioned at one point, to go to the letters, I can't remember, website.
Either IATSE or, as always, the fucking Wobblies.
The Wobblies?
The IWW.
Okay.
The Industrial Workers of the World.
Okay, yeah.
The one big union, the most radical labor union like in existence in the Western world.
Well, yeah, I want to look into that because our working conditions aren't that great. We have to deal with such bullshit, with hate raids, and like that's not even just it. Like all the trolls on top of not having the tools to handle those things appropriately and on our own. If we shouldn't even do that. Like we should be able to work in a safe place.
Mm-hmm.
If you were to go to a physical workplace and somebody in a group of 10 guys came in and started trashing the place and yelling obscenities in your face and being bigots at you, you would probably say, I don't want to work here, or hey boss, can you make sure that those guys can't get in and do that again?
Right, that kind of stuff in any other workplace would be completely unacceptable. And everyone involved in that workplace would be involved in physically removing those motherfuckers from the premises.
Mm-hmm.
People only don't take that stuff seriously when it comes to like streamers having to deal with that shit in their own actual workplace, because people don't think of streaming as an actual job.
Mm-hmm.
Even though streaming is no different from almost any other sector of the gig economy.
Yeah.
Because there's a bit of a differentiation one can make if one were a dick and wanted to say that Uber drivers provide an actual service. They, get people across their commute or take people from point A to point B. But, that completely ignores the commodification of entertainment and how much we expect to be able to consume entertainment in the way that we, as consumers, consume literally any other good or service.
Yeah.
Entertainment is something that is both
it's like a good
socially expected as a good that has a provision to us, and that's further understood by people who give a fuck about sociology as a thing that is a social need.
Mm-hmm.
We have a need for entertainment. Yeah. That's one of the things that's true of us as our whole entire thing as a species. We have physical needs, we have mental needs, we have social needs. That's to varying degrees for varying groups of people, at different needs levels at different densities or whatever, but we have those needs, and they are food, shelter, clothing, safety, social security, not in the form it takes of we pay into a fund that then pays us later in life. I mean a security in our social well-being.
Mm-hmm.
Sex, creativity, meaningful labor. We've got a whole host / range / suite of needs that are necessary to our well-being.
Mm-hmm.
Don't even remember what got me going on this line of thought.
Me either. We brain teleported a bit, and now I'm like, kind of like, oh no, what was the point? Other than the point is always to say, hey, these things are what we need, and they're not this way now. Let's change it. I'm gonna read this message here. Rune says, as for the shiny bits, I found a commissioner for my emotes, and I'm working on my market logo. I think I remember you talking about the logo, and I was saying how, like, I started to get kind of brainstormy for you there. I was like, ooh, what if you, like, took your tattoos and made, like, a ring as, like, the logo's, perimeter and stuff like that. And so and then I was like, no, I should focus on the stuff here, but I'm really excited to see what you do with it, or how it comes to be. You looked it up. Apparently Twitch is not quite breaking even, or just about even. Oh, are they paying out huge costs to, like, I don't know, what would be their costs that they would have to expend? Because if they're taking half of what we make on top of advertising money, what could be so costly for them to barely break even? Or just about even?
How many tech companies are? That's really, really, really common in the tech sector / sphere for a company to be evaluated ridiculously higher than its actual worth because of the potential for future monetization. So if Twitch is not breaking even or is barely breaking even, it doesn't really matter. There's still, like, a massive opportunity for monetization to happen there. The more they're able to make that happen, the higher that stock price is going to go. It's not about, like, how much it's currently worth. It's how much potential it has.
Yeah, because in the
and that's just
continuous
constantly
cycle
predatory
of profit motives, they want that continuous growth. They want it to be, all right, we made so much money, now do more. Until it collapses on itself.
At which point, the people who are the primary investors will divest and get massive motherfucking payouts, and it will be thought of as a massive success because the only people who mattered in that equation
still made money,
got theirs.
Yeah, but all the people who actually worked, did the hard work that made it possible, they're the ones that suffer.
300 million under par? What is that? It's fucking peanuts.
Assuming their services from Amazon to keep the platform are at cost given same overall company, but apparently with ad and sub money, they're just about even.
So then they're on a really good trajectory. A few more ads, and that's more than paid for itself. A few more subscription incentives, that's more than paid for itself.
Is that an
But again,
audio?
what's important is not that this thing actually, like, manages to secure a particular consistent level of revenue. It's that it gets to be a big enough payout at the end of the day for the people who are currently the largest stakeholders. That's all that really matters. That's the way that most of these tech services go. Amazon is currently the largest owner of what is currently the largest streaming platform ever. It wasn't the first one, and it won't be the last one. There'll be another bigger, more predatory, worse streaming service that will do more numbers. Twitch will go under. They all do.
Ugh, I think of...
Just like every messenger that ever existed, like every ISP that was among the first ISPs, that none of them exist anymore. All of them have been consumed by fucking gigantic conglomerates. Doesn't matter.
Makes me think of that Reddit thing where people pay to give you more time to keep streaming. Like, that's terrible.
Reddit Public Access Network.
Yeah.
Like, making a fucking...
Oh.
Damn it.
Day has passed. You mean the lights got dim? I don't want to sleep, Mother. I know, but it is time to get some rest. No, I'm king today. What
Children,
And time, and time, and time,
Ah.
and time, and time, and time, and time.
Screechy children.
Whoa.
So the kids started getting like cabin fever long term and revolted against their robot capture. Oh, there was one you passed by.
Oh?
Yeah, right here.
Oh.
It's audio.
Blue is the color of the sky. White is the color of clouds. Yellow is the color of the sun. Green is the color of grass. Flowers can be any color. Take a look. These are yellow and black, and they love flowers. Here they come. Bzz, bzz, bzz.
Okay. That was very unsettling.
Yeah.
So this is where they lived? It's a mess. Everything's broken or painted on. How long did they live here?
Kindergarten E981 alert, multiple systems failure. System failures. Alert, nutrient stores depleted again.
Children, let's run and jump and blow off steam.
Leave us alone, Father.
After what just happened, I can't leave you two alone. You broke community rules.
Just let us talk then. Go away.
I'm sorry, children, but I must provide supervision.
You're not even a person.
You sound frustrated. Let's run and jump and blow off steam.
Uh-oh. The robots didn't scale to the maturity of, like, obviously they're like adults almost now, and it's still treating them like the tiny kids they were. That seems like a bug. I don't know. They would have thought that through, right?
How do I address this?
Wasn't ready for real sharing, so I DM'd it. Oh, for the logo? Heck yeah, I'll go take a gander. Thank you for sharing. Ooh, that looks nifty. I'm showing it to Christopher too. I hope that's okay. I like the runed choice, like with your tattoos. Very nice. And the yellow does pop out really nicely against the black background. And it's like that golden yellow, you know, not like a in-your-face canary yellow.
Mm-hmm.
Someday. That's what you always say.
We want it now.
It's big down there.
Now, Father.
Children, that area is not yet available.
Get him!
Physical aggression detected.
Uh-oh.
Physical aggression is not permitted.
Except yours.
Damn sentinels.
Children, may I be of assistance?
Go away, healer.
Lena, you have suffered mild bruising.
Go away!
Mm.
Looks like they didn't like this door very much.
It wouldn't open for them. Of course they hated
For
it.
identiscan. Genetic identity confirmed. Entry authorized. Greetings, here. A place of learning.
So they never got to this point.
So, what was this place, exactly?
The dream of Apollo. Never realized.
Why not?
Welcome, students. Please pick up a focus device and place it on the side of your head, just behind your eye.
I had to dredge the pits of the world looking for focuses to repair. And here sat a trove, enriching no one.
Hello, child. Today is a big day.
Your first much promise and possibility.
Alert. Malfunction. Apollo offline.
Apollo offline.
You were right, Aloy. This is a graveyard. The Charnel House acknowledge what we might have achieved had we not been denied it.
Maybe there's a way to fix it. But it's not why I came here.
Of course. What's the whole of human knowledge next to the origin of one girl? Continue your search.
I will.
Hello, child. My name is Samina. Today is a big day. Your first day of school. There's so much for you to learn. So much promise and possibility.
Oh, dang. Thought it might do more. Like, little bits extra each time. Let's activate all the Saminas!
Hello, child.
Go to the next. While she's going, no, while she's still going, go get the next one.
Today is a big day. Your first day of school. There's so much for you to learn. So much promise and possibility.
Alert. Malfunction. Apollo offline.
Hello, child. My name is Samina. Today is a big day. Your first. Hello, child.
Oh, it cancels the other
My
one.
name is
Ooh.
Samina. Today is a big day. Hello, child.
I wonder if there's achievement
My
for
name is Samina.
all of the Saminas.
Today is a big day. Your first day of school. There's so much for you to learn. So much promise and possibility.
Alert. Malfunction. Apollo offline.
Control accessed. Priority
Rude
message
one.
for Dr. Sobek. Please get message with focus.
That sounds important.
Yes. I suspect we're about to learn a great deal.
Yay. What are there other things first?
Identiscan malfunction. Present credentials.
Chill. Not done with you yet.
Operations log.
Inhabitants released. Cross-check complete. E9 sealed. Data archived. Operation suspended. G prime order received.
The achievement, I pressed the button for getting all the Saminas. Ah, here we go. Learning time.
Elizabeth, this message serves to inform you of an unforeseen and catastrophic anomaly. 3 microseconds ago, the Gaia Prime facility received a data transmission of unknown origin. Its immediate effect was to transform my subordinate functions into unregulated, self-aware entities of a highly chaotic nature. Thus awakened, the Hades function will now seize control of the terraforming system and reverse operations, rendering life on Earth extinct in 53.8 days. For obvious reasons, I cannot allow this to occur. And so before Hades can take control, I am ordering Gaia Prime's reactor to overload. The resulting explosion will destroy Hades. Unfortunately, it will destroy me as well. While this admittedly desperate course of action will avert the immediate crisis, the fate of life on Earth will remain in peril. With no central governing intelligence to regulate the terraforming system, it will continue operations for some time, but in an increasingly chaotic manner, and eventually it will break down.
Does she mean the derangement?
You are my solution. I have ordered this cradle facility to use genetic material in cryostorage to gestate a reinstantiation of Elizabeth Sobek, my creator. While high-level directives forbid me from communicating directly to the tribal inhabitants outside the facility, all available data indicates that they will nurture you to physical maturity, whereupon your gene print will allow you to re-enter this facility, obtain one of the focus devices stored below, and view this message. Likewise, your gene print will allow you to enter other facilities, and over time, harness their technologies to rebuild the system core and reboot Gaia. A moment, Elizabeth. This is most unfortunate and unanticipated. In response to my act of self-destruction, Hades has launched a virus to dissolve the code shackles that hold it, that hold all of them in place. They are escaping, but to where? The virus is corrupting data throughout the system. The Alpha Registry at the Cradle facility is one of the files corrupted. But if that is so, the door will never open for you. You will never view this message. Then I have failed. And life will end. No. No, Elizabeth, I know you too well. Somehow you will find a way. In you, all things are possible.
Called
Go to
it.
the ruins of Gaia Prime. Find the control room, and within it, the master override. This will give you the power to purge Hades so long as you find a way to wield it. Do not attempt repair of the system core until Hades is eradicated. Hades must be destroyed. That is all. I only wish that I could hear your voice again.
Heavy.
So, you're even more extraordinary than I thought.
I never had a mother.
What are you talking about? You had two, a dead woman and a machine.
I'm not a person. I'm an instrument. Manufactured by a machine. Born in destruction and fire.
To quench the flames and heal the world. How tragic to learn you're a person of towering importance. It seems you have a destiny to fulfill. So when you're done feeling sorry for yourself, go to the bitter climb. I'll be waiting above in Gaia Prime's ruins.
Yeah, it was pretty cool, Rune. I hope we can reboot Gaia and save her. In the second game, probably.
Brood 1 access unsealed.
Brood 1. Machines of blood and sinew. Yeah, we're just fleshy machines. Very, very advanced fleshy computers. Whoa! That sometimes make mistakes.
That wasn't.
Huh?
What?
You just...
I wasn't pressing on the stick. I do not know why she stepped off the edge.
Weird, but at least you can climb up. There's plenty of grabby bits, it looks like. And it wasn't like a deadly fall. That was good. No spikes at the bottom. At least not spikes that hit you. Yeah, ruined. Very cool.
This is going to be interesting.
Hey y'all. I just learned some stuff.
God is dead.
It's pretty heavy.
Yeah.
You're gonna want to sit down. Oh, most of you are already at least kneeling. That's good. Nope, no, not like that.
No, please don't worship me.
No, you're. Oh gosh, you're not getting my message.
Aloy, forgive.
Shut up, Lazarus.
The goddess spoke to you?
She did.
What did she say?
That I was going to lift the curse to kill a metal demon.
How, Aloy? How?
I don't know yet. But she told me where to go to find out.
And you will do this?
Nah, I'm gonna take a break.
I'm super tired, y'all.
Yes, I will do it. I'll try anyway.
All praise Aloy, anointed of the
No
Nora.
praising.
All praise Aloy,
No,
anointed
stop
of the
this.
Nora.
Up!
All praise Aloy, anointed of the Nora.
First you shun me, now this? I will not be worshipped. I'm not your anointed. I don't belong to you. There's a whole world beyond your borders, whole tribes
Oh,
of
that
people
fucking
just
guy.
as
That
good as
guy.
you. And it is all in danger. It's a world worth fighting for. Not just here, everywhere.
Yeah, tell him, Melee.
How can we help?
Varl!
Yeah.
Dude!
If you can fight, and you're willing, go to Meridian and wait for me there.
Stage in the
As
final
Aloy
battle.
says, so it shall be.
Tirsa!
Nora, make way for
Make
Aloy.
way, that she may forge the path for others to follow.
Stop making it mysticism!
Yeah. I don't want to be a leader. I want us all to lead each other.
Put the bow away. There we go. Alright, cool.
All Mother spoke to her. It's true.
Me? I'm holding the controller? Whoa, I got an achievement just by holding the controller called Broke the Siege of All Mother. I'm awesome, y'all.
All Mother for bringing her to us.
Oh, I love you.
I love you.
Yeah. Thanks for the smooches.
You're welcome. Thank you back.
Yeah, I'll come back. I like our nose smooshes, like pretty cute.
This is true.
Aloy,
That's why we describe ourselves as
how
a cute
kind
couple
of you
who
to
plays
spend a
games
moment
together.
with me before
Yeah.
you depart.
If
There
you're around
can
for the
be no
intro, that's
doubt.
what we do every time.
Yeah.
You are a blessing made flesh, the will of the goddess incarnate.
Oh.
It's really not that simple, Tirsa. But I guess it's close enough.
I
Right?
know the path ahead will be dangerous. To kill a metal devil sounds impossible, but I believe in you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Oh, now we can finally ask questions.
Right.
Rust!
Tirsa,
Oh. Yes. This could be a
I
big
want to
moment.
know Rost's story. Why he was made an outcast. He never told me. Said he took an oath of silence. What did he do?
Oh. Yes, that.
What crime did he commit?
I will tell you if you wish. But it is a long story. Are you sure you want to hear it now?
Yes! Nah.
Of course I want to hear it. Tell me.
Rost never committed any crime. He was an outcast by choice.
What? What do you mean?
Many
What an
years
asshole.
ago, before the derangement, before the Red Raids, a band of murderous outlanders, 12 in number, struck without warning. At Mother's vigil, they took hostages, and then pressed on, headed for Devil's Thirst.
Nah, I'm done with this story.
Mother's Vigil? Where's that?
You would know it as the Forsaken Village, near the Karja border. But at the time, many families lived there. Ross was one of them. His mate was killed fighting the Outlanders, and his daughter was among those taken hostage.
His daughter? What was her name?
Alana. She was just 6 years old.
Too heavy, gotta go. No.
Nora Braves couldn't stop 12 Outlanders? Or rescue the hostages?
It was quite impossible. We outnumbered them, but every time a Brave came within bowshot, the Outlanders killed a hostage.
What did they come here to do?
That was never discovered. We couldn't track closely enough to observe them. We know they camped beyond Devil's Thirst for 2 days. There were reports of strange noises. And then, as suddenly as they came, the Outlanders made their way back to the border and disappeared.
What happened to Rost's daughter? She was killed.
Rost was one of the Braves who tracked the Outlanders, keeping his distance. There were 6 hostages still alive when they reached the border, Alana among them. Rather than release them, the Outlanders slit their throats and left the corpses just across the border, mocking us.
Why?
Cruelty. They knew the faithful Nora would not leave the sacred land to collect the bodies, let alone pursue them. They thought themselves safe from our vengeance.
I bet I know where this is going.
Not a seeker, a death seeker.
Are you saying that Rost went after them? That he became an exile?
No. Rost was beside himself with grief, but even so, he would never have broken taboo.
Then what did he do?
He called upon the most terrible and secret rite of the Nora tribe. He begged to be made a death seeker.
A death seeker? What is that?
One who dies
What
to
it
go
sounds
seeking,
like.
and in seeking, brings death to others. The ritual drags the spirit from one's body, releasing it to All Mother's care. The heart beats, the mind thinks, but the spirit has moved on.
I don't understand.
Rost went after the Outlanders, but his spirit never left. It remained here with All Mother. He gathered the bodies of the slain and returned them. And then he set out in pursuit, not as an exile, but a weapon of vengeance. A barbed arrow shot from a bow, never to return.
Yeah, but he did return.
But Rost did return.
Yes. A full year later. And terribly wounded. He collapsed at the border of the sacred land.
Hey, Lady Cat.
Hey.
A hunting party came upon him. He was delirious. In agony. By law, he should have died where he lay. But one of the hunters broke taboo. And reaching across the border, she dragged him to our side.
Who was she?
A brave who'd lost a mate and 2 sons to the very Outlanders that Rost pursued.
So Rost never finished his mission.
To the contrary, he killed all 12. Tracked them to disparate places the world over, he said. Meridian, Ban-Ur, the Claim, Utaru Land, further even, into the Forbidden West. The last he killed nearly got the best of him. Wounded, he stumbled and crawled back to us, hoping to die as close to the sacred land as he could. He never expected nor asked to be dragged across the border and nursed back to health. That was done to him. Leaving us, the matriarchs, in a difficult position.
I wonder if we'll see bits of Rost stuff in the second game when we go to the Forbidden West, if we'll hear stories.
I hope so.
Also, side note, wouldn't it be cool to have, like, an Assassin's Creed style game as the Year of Rost going?
No.
Like a little side game, maybe? I don't know. These are things my brain thinks.
Rost died when Aloy ran the Proving. Remember, I was telling you about this. When Aloy ran the Proving, even though she was an outcast, she had the right to run the Proving and be made a brave and reintegrated into society. At the end of the Proving, the Shadow Karja attacked Hazai. And Rost died saving Aloy's life in the attack.
I guess Zai's not I wouldn't. He's not cozy because he's nothing now. But I guess that's as cozy as it gets.
Oof.
Big oof. Oh, Lady Cat's coming up here to be in your lap. Maybe in my lap. If she comes over. Come over here. No, don't turn away. Don't you turn away from me.
She's deciding on how best to snuggle.
Okay.
She might come snuggle. She might go up here.
Yeah, she'd probably pick her spot up on the couch. That's probably going to be what happens.
She's being tail wavy.
Mm-hmm. That's her thinking. Gotta, like, churn the brain. Like,
she's deciding for herself whether or not to be social right now.
Well, here,
and
sniff my head.
she's on the fence. But
I might help.
maybe hopping it.
I'm giving her some scritches. Some pets. Yay. Okay, that's all you get. If you want more, you gotta come up here.
Welcome him back.
Rost had been made a Death Seeker, Aloy. He no longer had any place among the tribe. By law, he should have been driven back out. But we couldn't bring ourselves to do that, so we offered a compromise.
You made him an outcast.
Yes. We offered to do so on the condition he never speak to anyone of this exception.
After all he did, all he suffered, to be declared an outcast was his reward.
Rost was overjoyed. He never expected to live another day in the sacred land, let alone the embrace, so close to the goddess. He resolved to spend the rest of his days in solitude, and was happy to do so.
Hello, Miss Pretty Cat.
Oh, yeah, she decided to kind of, sort of lay on your leg there. She's thinking about going all the way.
Oh. There it goes.
We shouldn't say anything, it would disturb her. Though I am holding back.
Maybe working on it a little bit.
Pardon? Oh gosh, why? Why? Why honk your horn at like 11 p.m.? Person honking their horn outside? Maybe it was to get somebody's attention, but still. Why?
Why?
The hardest part of your logo is going to be making a book made out of shadow smoke. That sounds pretty rad, Lo. If you could pull that off, that'd be awesome. Probably, I guess, just, look up many references of... I can hear her purr through the mic.
Mm-hmm.
Can you all hear the lady cat purr? Oh, such purr. Such purr. It's your grimoire and your shadow mage. Oh, yeah, so that makes sense. That it would be a book made of shadow. I think I was going to say something. References of smoke. Hard. Maybe see what other arts peoples have done for book smoke. I've never heard of such a thing, but you never know. There might be some references out there. You can hear the purr. Nice, nice. I will interrupt the purr with words.
But then you found me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Gave me to him.
Yes. Another compromise. The matriarchs feared you and would not let you be raised by the tribe. And so we turned to Rost. I knew that he would take care of you, bring you up, teach you to worship All Mother and respect the ways of the tribe.
Bad job, Rost.
You certainly tried anyway. You took a man who'd lost his daughter and made him raise an infant girl. Doesn't that strike you as callous?
I'm inclined to think the course of events has shown the wisdom of our choice. And I'm quite certain that from the moment he laid eyes on you, He saw you as a gift, and never a burden.
Aw, Outcast Dad.
Alright, Outcast
Dad.
We miss Outcast Dad.
That's quite a story.
Thank you for telling us the story.
The Nora have suffered terrible losses, Tirsa. What's to become of them now?
That will be for the goddess to decide. Only she knows the future. For the moment, my sister matriarchs and I will see to the wounded. And as I promised, anyone who wishes to join you at Meridian, we will declare seekers. I think for the time being, we should remain here in the mountain, close to the goddess.
That might be best. If nothing else, it's a defensible position.
Ah, religion. Yep, ruined. It, doesn't always turn out so nice. It's organized religion is the problem. Like, spirituality, like, people wanting to believe what they want to believe, like, that's up to them personally, so long as they don't affect others with it. Like, don't cause harm based on the religion or tell people to act a certain way. Like, that it should be a very personal thing. Me, I'm like, I like science. I like what I can see and touch and know exists, and so it's hard for me to believe anything religious because it's not something I can prove. And it doesn't make sense to me when people try to explain it. It's like, how could there be a guy up in a sky but not in the sky, just this other being, like, that made us? Like, I don't know, like, but what's cool about this game, though, to tie into the religion aspect, Rune, they did such a great job of showcasing how the things that people don't understand, they make up things to explain it. So all of, like, the goddess that they say they worship, All-Mother, that is the mountain, is only because Gaia, the AI that was created by, you know, the humans of 1,000 years ago by Elizabeth, who Aloy's a clone of, was so powerful, and that kind of technology to a people of a tribal, primitive era like this, in their stage of development, would only see that as magic, of something that could only be a higher power, because they don't have the understanding of what technology that is. And so it's really cool to see how the lore of the religion in this game is developed based on the science of what came before, and how that knowledge got lost. Like how we saw earlier with Apollo, like the kids never went to, like, proper school. Something happened that made them not get access to it, and so therefore they had to branch out into the world with whatever they had, and so they had to think practically and invent things, you know, invent the wheel all over again, kind of a thing, you know. And yeah, I think that's pretty rad. There's an episode of the Orville that I really like that kind of talks about the development of culture and society over time. It's like with the prime directive thing of not influencing a pre-warp culture, so that way, you know, bad things don't happen in the name, and, like, they start to make you a religious icon, and that stuff ended up happening. And there was this weird, like, world that shifted out of time, basically. It would disappear for a few days and then come back and be, you know, hundreds of years in the future for that planet. And so they got to see in real time the development of these things, and by the end of it, the culture that came out was more technologically advanced than even them, and said, if it wasn't you, it would have been someone else. Like the person that was like, I feel so bad that I affected your culture, and, you know, blah blah blah. And they're like, no, it's just the stages of development, you know. I went on a tangent here while you were gone getting your drink and stuff, but it's cool to me how they developed the religion and things in this game based off of all of the things that they couldn't understand. Rune says, I feel like the very term organized religion is oxymoron. The spirituality, ideology, and faith of a religion is intrinsically corrupted when you try to turn a relationship with an existence, an ideology or concept into a faction, a power, or a system. It destroys the foundation of the core over time. Cosmix agrees. Yeah. Hold on, let me make sure I understand before I say my words on it.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I do agree.
a relationship with an existence, so like the understanding of how the world works around you, trying to turn it into a power or a system is what corrupts it. Yeah, that's why I say organized religion is what's really bad, and like individual people's understanding of their existence to them is their experience, and I don't want to deny them that, but starting to make it a power or a faction, a system, that's where it goes bad. So I hope I'm understanding that correctly, because that's what
Well, it's common in terms of cult formation, but not common in terms of the way that religion develops, to say that one tries to turn a relationship with an existence or ideology or concept into a faction, a power system. Those things are systemic and they develop over time, usually, in the way that we think of organized religion now. The Vatican being its own country is a result of that kind of systemic influence. And power playing and politicking.
Yeah.
But that's not the same as the identity forming ways that cults tend to develop, which seems like that's kind of more the thing you're addressing. But those very rarely ever have, like, systemic influence or larger societal influence. They tend to be isolated incidences and to be short-lived.
But would you say that they themselves stem from systemic issues, right? Like, what were the conditions that caused that to be in the first place?
They tend to be answers to particular systemic questions, and bad answers because they usually end in tragedy.
Yeah.
It's time for me to move on. I thank you for doing what you could to help me through the years, and for telling me Rost's story.
I wish I could have done more, but I am just one woman.
As am I. No need to sell ourselves short.
Oh.
Aw.
Thank you, Aloy. I will pray for you.
Okay. I guess it can't hurt.
Spoke to her. It's true.
Oh, no matter how much we tell them to their faces, they're still gonna do it. They're still gonna make us a worship idol thing. I don't like it. Hey, Teb.
Aloy, did you go inside the mountain?
You saw what happened.
Actually, can't see so well down here on the ground.
We need to talk to What's-His-Face and all the other matriarchs. I can't leave here without being like, smug. Yeah, you.
Oh, Ruined, it sounds like you're talking about the difference between, like...
Forgive! I told you, Lansra. I'm not your anointed.
It sounds like you're talking about the difference between institutionalized dogma and personal spirituality. And in that way, yeah, I guess I basically get what you're getting at. I still feel a compulsion to push back against a notion of spirituality where it's got anything to do with the supernatural versus the deeply personal. When people talk about spiritual matters as if they're supernatural versus simply profound personal experiences, I feel like an intrinsic need to, well, at least to try to understand what the hell people are talking about, because I can't get my head around any notion of the supernatural or the spiritual in those terms.
Same.
But if you're talking about like a profound feeling of relationship to a larger society or to the world or to the universe, an understanding of yourself as part of that greater whole, fuck, I don't know. I don't think I can argue against that. I don't feel like I should. If that's what you're getting at, then who am I to take that away from you? Like, anything that you can find that connects you to a larger whole in yourself, as long as that larger whole makes you feel as if you've got a role to play or a responsibility in making sure that your fellow humans are well cared for, I think that I'd be doing you and everyone else a disservice to try to take that from you.
Yeah.
But dogmatism is something that's always worth fighting against.
Yeah.
In all spheres, whether that's religious, political, etc. I mean, dogmatism is a fierce reluctance to think about things in ways that are unacceptable, and usually just means people are incapable of changing, which usually just means people like will fight tooth and nail to maintain the status quo regardless of how harmful the status quo is. And in that way, I cannot be anything but opposed to dogmatism, because it usually just means people get fucking hurt.
Yeah.
It does people harm, and I'm largely opposed to things that can't help but do harm.
Big yes. No, I wasn't. Stop saying I was anointed. You hear all this?
She is the... In all my years, I have never seen anything like that.
Have faith in the goddess.
Aloy, how did you do that? You entered the heart of the mountain.
She went into
Seems you
All
have
Mother
special
Mountain
role to
and was
play in
anointed by the goddess herself.
Goddess favors you.
Oh!
That was...
Just as
I've
All
never
Mother
seen anything
struck
like
down
that.
the Metal King. Her anointed would
Of course.
cleanse the land of corruption.
I'd never been inside the sacred mountain. Until now.
That's not so bad, I guess. A lot of cave aesthetic I like, you know? Already talked to you. You! No, already talked to you. There.
My life has been long, but I've never seen anything like that. Tirsa was right. A blessing, not a curse. We were so unsure.
All Mother spoke to her. It's true.
I will lead a war party to Meridian. You have my word.
Thanks.
Rock on, Sona.
Yeah.
Aloy, how did you do that?
Shush her, Mama. She's the anointed.
No, I'm not.
We'll go to Meridian, Aloy.
Oh.
I'll bring Mother's
Oh,
spear.
right. I remember her.
Your father is right. You belong here. You both do.
Thank you, Aloy, for everything you've done. I will make sure Arana is kept safe.
Dad, I'm not a kid anymore.
Dad. Dad, stop.
You're
Dad.
embarrassing me in front of the anointed.
Aloy, how did you do that?
I just told you. No, I didn't, actually. Where's what's his face? The one that's always smug and looking down on us. Where is he? Where is he? Have I talked to you?
They say
talked to
she
you.
came
I think
from
my
the
place
mountain,
is here.
that the mountain was her mother.
Seeing to the wounded.
Aw, they're hugging each other. Look at that. Aw. Holding each other and
snuggles.
stuff. Yeah. Talk to you. Is he not here?
Who?
I can't remember his name, but the guy that's always grumpy at us. Who was like...
Oh, the fucking stand-in war chief before we got Sona back.
Yeah.
Who cares? Fuck that guy. Can't remember his name either. He did not die. He was there before we entered the mountain, but after the big fight.
I feel like we got stuff to say to him, though. Maybe he's waiting outside. Maybe he couldn't handle how awesome I am.
Will live on in her memory.
She is all Mother's blessing in flesh.
You? No, okay.
Unless he like spontaneously keeled over while we were inside the mountain.
Yeah.
Just like had a heart attack from everything. Like
I've
she
been
got
so
to go
wrong.
inside the.
I saw some Healy bits over here, I think. Yeah, good, good. Ooh, a box.
Ooh, a box.
Oh, what happened to that Deathbringer?
It's gone.
Hopefully. See it over there. Medicinal. More boxes.
You may ask. We don't guarantee granting, but you may ask.
It never hurts to ask. Asks gets hurt. Oh no! I want to see like if it's corpses over there, because it's like, how do we get over? Was it over
Also,
there?
you don't have to address just Rhiannon. Like, we're both here. This is a co-op channel.
What? What is it? Something specific to me? I don't know.
Very curious what you thought of the alpha design. Oh, your book. Heard Rhiannon's feedback, but didn't catch yours. Yeah, I didn't provide mine. I will try to do so.
What is your? Do you want to look at the picture again? You're talking about the book rune
Yes.
stuff. Do you want me to load that up on the Discord?
Yeah.
Oh gosh! Oh gosh!
Oh gosh!
Yeah, sorry. Because it's
I thought
secrets.
it looked kind of cool.
I like the yellow against the black. I feel like thicker lines would be better, but also it probably is gonna off stage logo.
Yeah.
So yeah, this definitely gonna probably change a couple more times.
I would like to know more about what it means to you, because you alluded to that earlier, but you didn't get specific about it. Not now necessarily, like whenever you're ready to talk about it, but either way, it does look pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm excited to see where it goes, especially against a smoke book. Like, I bet the runes would also be made of smoke, I would imagine, but a little bit more glowier than the smoke of the book. Like, I'm already envisioning things and excited about them. We've got 2 skill points. I will wait one more so we can get the strong strike. Aloy journeys to the ruins of Gaia Prime and search for Master Override. Our only hope is to defeat Hades. Let's see, where is that at exactly? Up here? I just went up there. Well, we still want to do this before we go do that, huh? And we should probably do that next time because it's getting kind of late. Are you sleeping, my love?
I am ready to not be streaming anymore for a minute.
Yeah, okay.
And then do bed things.
Then let's do some outros.
I'm into it.
Cool. Set that down. Put my Discord back on your face. That's how I always end my Discording. Yeah? I love you.
I love you.
I always want to be opening up my Discord and you're the first thing I see.
Me too.
Before any servers or anything. It's like, there's the face of my love. Well, technically the face of my love's D&D character because that's your user profile.
Yeah.
But still, to know that it's you. Oh, nice.
No, it's kisses.
Yeah. So, if y'all like the stream, we might do it again tomorrow. Who knows? We don't have a set schedule. Most nights.
We do it more tomorrows than we don't.
Yeah. Usually around 7 p.m. Eastern time, average.
We say
time.
somewhere between like 6:30 p.m. Eastern and 8 Eastern. 8 would be the kind of outside max of the latest. If you are wondering, hey, are Christopher and Rhiannon gonna stream? And it's like 8:30 p.m. Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably we won't. But if it's before then, if it's like 2 hours before then, if it's like 6:30, you're like, hey, are Christopher and Rhiannon gonna stream? Maybe. Bigger maybe than 2 hours later would be. FYI, you know.
If you're following us here, you can have notifications here on Twitch. Or if you don't have those on, you'll just see us on your list when we're live. So you can be like, oh, I see them. Let me hop in. Wow. If you're in the Discord, got that T-Witch roll tag. Get pinged there because I ping for this channel as well as my own, because I'm in both. And Twitter, if you like Twitter better. We also post Going Live links there, and you can share those links.
There's all kinds of ways to know whether or not we are live.
Mm-hmm. So just be on the lookout. And if you liked what you saw, we got Ko-fi, if you want to support us. If you want to catch up on our favorite clips and past VODs, we got YouTube. All these things you can type in an exclamation point in front of the name of it, and bam, you get the link, even when we're not online. What else? Can't think of anything, so
There they are.
nothing.
There's the links.
Also, I did want to read Rune's explanation of the runes. That's almost a tongue twister to say. Runes. Runes. Runes.
It's a combination of runes, meaning magic, luck, art, love, intuition, etc. But more importantly, have an awesome night and stay awesome to both of you.
Well, that's such a coincidence that the meaning of your runes also lined up with us having an awesome night and staying awesome to both of us. What? But also good night to you.
Good night to you individually and y'all. All of y'all can, collectively. Watching / listening / viewing / other synonyms, and fuck. There's a. It doesn't matter. Thanks.
For dropping by.
Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out with us. Thanks for being rad. Or chill, or whatever the heck else you are. That's pretty cool. We appreciate you. We will see you soon.
The next time we see you.
Day, 2 days max. Meantime, good night. Dream well. Rock on. Be rad. Be cool. Be chill. Have a great night.
See ya.
Bye.